and we reach out to stop. Hey! Close out! Hey! Hey! Strike out! Midnight fur with the neon glow, silent pause on the field, moving stealth in the shadows. Whiskers twitch when the pitcher whines. One flick of the tail and the fastball flies. They don't walk up, they teleport to the plate. 9 little assassins in cleats sealing your fate. You hear the meow from the dugout deep. That's a signal, better count your hairballs. Fluffy kitty ninja swinging shuriken bats, stealing bases like ghosts, leave the defense flat. Fish made the league, chat runs the show. When the kitties drop a prowl, everybody knows. Perfect record, razor claws. Fluffy kitty ninjas, put your paws in the air, meow. Pitcher stares in, tries to pick him off, but the kitty just yawns and turns it into a drop. Catcher's throwing to second, ha, good luck kid. They're already there, doing backflips. Manager's yelling, throw the curve, throw the heat. 2 late balls in the parking lot, landed 500 feet. Hairball, slider, litter box, change up 2. Every pitch in the book gets hacked up on your shoes. Fluffy kitty ninja swinging shuriken bats, stealing bases like ghosts, leave the defense flat. FK and Kamish made the league, chat runs the show. When the kitties drop a prowl, everybody knows. 60 homer kitties with the velvet paws. Fluffy kitty ninjas, put your paws in the air, meow. Meow. Kitty ow, meow. Meow. Strike 3, bird. Strike 3, bird. Fluffy kitty ninjas undefeated in fur. World Series trophies filled with catnip and purr. Thank you FK and Kamish, thank you OOTP Sam. Best league in the world when the kitties check in. From the rooftop dugout to the laser dot lights. Fluffy kitty ninjas own the night. Fluffy kitty ninjas. eMLB DJ
Good Sunday morning, friends. Welcome on into the Fluffy Kitty Ninja Show. Give me a moment. I got to do this. Wasn't planned that well. There you go. All right. Had to get some music on in the background. It is Fluffy Kitty Ninjas. It is the eMLB universe. And it is the show you guys say is your favorite. I heard R2, but he's not on this screen. Barry, thank you. You'll still get your biddies, though. But I can't allow R2 to be running over my special guest and much needed brains of this outfit, Tim Lowry from Backfields Media. I know. If you don't consider yourself the brains, then we're really in deep trouble, right? Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Ready to pick.
Excellent. We've got 870 players awaiting their future destination as all of these teams look to shape their future. You know, I wanted to give a super quick peek for those who might not have seen it, and I don't think many people will. But here is our board on the mock draft right here. There's been a lot of talk about the disappearance of Rafi Benitez, and there's a lot of talk that Arizona may consider taking him number one. What's your take on all of that talk that we've been hearing going on?
Rafi is very high up on the board. Our big board had him at number one all the way, although we did have some concerns about his makeup, kind of some of the character things, which more of a problem for up and coming teams than maybe something more established. But yeah, I hope we find him soon because I get the feeling his name is going to be called.
A lot of people are thinking that is to push what he tries to get out of his future team that he'll end on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, well deserved. He's probably the best all-around prospect available in this draft, especially up the middle, as I tend to like. So.
Indeed. Pop Stars just dropping 5 gifted subs in the chat. What happened to my video? Where went my video? There we go. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there.
I broke it.
No backstage there. You can still draft a catcher to preserve player health, prevent organizational vulnerability in a highly demanding position, and capitalize on a player's ability to transition to other roles.
Great horny
Selecting a
toad!
highly valued backstop also secures prime trade leverage for the future. So one shouldn't be surprised if yet another makes their way to San Francisco.
Per usual.
Yes, per usual. I apologize. I didn't have everything perfectly set up there. That is on me. Real quickly, let me just write down who's getting some gifted subs here. We have a special going on today for those. We have a special for our community credit players that are in this draft, but there is an additional special for anybody, regardless, that has an eMLB player in the universe. So we'll make sure that we give credit where credit is due. Barry did some bits earlier. Yeah, I'll be writing in my little black book here for a bit, I think, which isn't a bad thing. And again, I want to give a thanks to our community, anyone who supports the channel today. This awesome dude next door to me is going to be getting some of that because he puts in an awful lot of effort himself. I do a lot of the operational stuff. He does a lot of the media content. And again, without him, we just would not be as cool as you think that we are. Real quick, because we're still benefiting the eMLB Academy today, we had 5 gifted from Pop.
There.
We had 5 gifted from Tim. Thank you, Tim. We also
horny toad!
We have some horny toads throughout the chat as well. I'm going to move him up here today, or shrink it for today when that happens. Sorry, I don't think you saw the horny toads.
Evil does not wear a bonnet!
Yeah, everyone Everyone's giving a little love here. We appreciate it, and I'll do my best to keep up. First Responder doing 10 gifted as well. Denver doing some biddies. Might be one of those shows I'll have to watch it after while I'm with my son while he's doing firefighting stuff here, just to make sure I do not miss anybody. Michael Fish gifting off to Baseball Dreamland. Baseball has a player in this one. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, family, Jimmy, nice to see you, bud. I'm hoping you and I can talk here soon, because I care more about making sure you are good, my friend. Again, you've had a year, to put it mildly. I'd like to real quickly say, yep, I'm wearing my usual first round. I'm changing as soon as the first round is done, because it's 80 degrees here, friends. Sorry, you got drowned out in Jedi Cats. No one heard you there.
No, that's fine. I said I thought New England was snowy all year. What's going on?
Yep, nope. We are messing with people's minds when we come to telling them whether or not the Northeast has any type of warmth. So the air conditioner is on. I am already warm, but I am choosing to wear pink today in honor of breast cancer awareness.
Hello there.
Of course, people may recall that my wife has dealt with breast cancer before, but I want to do a special shout out to a good friend of mine that I grew up with. Her name is Carmen Shaw. Carmen, unfortunately, is in the process of losing her battle with cancer. She has chosen not to go with any further care, so she is just doing the best to live her best life. But knowing I am as much a Red Sox fan as her, and she was kind of like a pseudo sister to me, she has been sending a lot of stuff my way. And where breast cancer was the first thing to predominantly mess with her. Hold on. D-Block doing 5 gifted subs as well. Again, thank you everybody for your kindness for that. This was given to me by Carmen. It doesn't look like much. It's a hockey stick, right? You know who that is? That is my favorite hockey player of all time. It is an authentic signature. That is number 77 of the Boston Bruins, Raymond Bourque. She sent that to me. She said no other person deserves it than somebody who absolutely grew up with Ray Bourque as a hero. I could go pull a picture off the wall of the only person that I would consider a celebrity that I've taken a picture with, and that would be number 77, about 2 seasons after he had hoisted the cup. So I got to ask him about the cup and winning the All-Star game in Boston with the game-winning goal. That was a fun conversation to have. Yeah, so again, thanks a bunch, everybody, for your kindness. We want to jump into this draft. We do have a hard stop today. We are hoping to get the whole draft done. I need to do an admin thing first. I need to start the draft.
I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, and I dance.
Hey, Bogus. Thank you for gifting us up. Bogus has himself a player in the universe as well. I'm trying to get the draft up and running here. Did I have all my things set up? I have to save the schedule here. That's what I got to do. Set it for today. What time is it? I'll set it for 11 o'clock. Setting saved. There we go. Hello.
Pop stars ask me, why does Tim hate Axel Von Doom when he is clearly the best junk baller in the draft?
Junk baller, that's why.
Tim is crazy man with tiny brain, yes? He see Axel Von Doom, best junk baller, and still make face like sour pickle. Maybe he love power arm too much, or maybe he blind from too much draft board. But
oh my God.
know truth. Von Doom is sneaky wizard with noodle pitch. Very beautiful nonsense.
Oh my goodness. That was funny. That's funny, Pop. Thank you very
No matter where you land in that, consider the Silas.
Yeah. The same source that says that Fluffy Kitty Ninjas and Thundercats aren't cousins. Take that for what you will. We're feisty about that around this show. All right, so we have a show we're trying to get done here, you know. Why is my board not setting up? I thought I had this all ready to go. Generate the schedule, dang it. Oh, it must be in the future. That's why. Okay, so generate the schedule, dang it. There we go. Schedule's created. Now the pool should probably work. Now I can get it done. All right, now we can get the picks done. So first things first, here is your draft board for people to keep track on today. If in case you have to step away and are not sure, make sure you bookmark that link for yourselves, and we will do our best to carry on. I will be probably a bit distracted, so if I miss any important comments in the chat, sincere apologies. Don't be shy on if it is of super important. All right, let's get her going. What do we get there? Sean Paxley with 500.
To help with the Tim Lowry bribery.
Tim Lowry bribery. I think that's his. That is the fee for Tim to say it's a great pick. I like it.
San Francisco needs a catcher. Right.
San Francisco needs a catcher in the first round. Check. That is, for those who don't know, San Francisco is fairly historical for picking a catcher in the first round. Friends, it is time. Let's get ourselves underway. The Arizona Diamondbacks are officially on the board. We know you're happy about it. Let's start to take a peek around the squad. So the Diamondbacks, of course, are under our awesome, a awesome dude, and Alex Murray, again, the second-time dad, working through that, trying to improve his sleep schedule here. Alex has taken over this team right at the start of the season, so he didn't even get an off-season to work with. He inherited Yordan Alvarez. That wasn't bad. Yordan, an all-star in the top 3 in home run hitters this season on a 4-year deal. So he will hopefully be something that even at his advanced age, he can help this team improve. Now, the record might be misleading on where the team is, but there's a lot of hype for this squad right now. They have had 2 seasons of winning either 44 or 48 games on the year. They're on pace right this moment to do about the same. But again, the future is looking bright, and keep in mind, they've been doing this without their ace.
And I dance.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the tier 1. They've been doing this without their ace all season, Brock Rutherford, who is expected to be back here right after the trade deadline. He's been dealing with Tommy John surgery for the young 24-year-old. Again, record might not be impressive at 4-13, 4-11, but again, this is a guy who has some significant upside and continues, if he can work through the injuries, the former 5th pick overall in 2027, my apologies, could make a huge difference for the end of this season as this team figures out the next steps that they want to do. Now, on the farm, what do they got to offer? It's a top 10 organization. Jimmy Pratt might be a player that we talk about beginning next year. 294 average in his first 40 games in Jacksonville right this moment. He was the number 1 overall selection by the Diamondbacks last season. An 836 OPS shows significant opportunities for the 22-year-old from Chicago. Separate of that, they have a thumping outfielder in Chad Olds as well, who's in the top 50. Olds down an A-plus ball. Most of the top part of this organization is still at least a season, maybe 2 seasons away right now. Maybe one of the names who could possibly be a benefit, although the question is he a starter or more of a long reliever guy, is Eddie Chandler, who's down in AAA with a sub-4 ERA right this moment. So again, it's a team that is trying to put its identity together. I personally think once Alex threw his hat into the ring, we had the right person. Doesn't hurt to have a D-backs fan. Also doesn't hurt to have a guy who has been employed by the product that we use and out of the park. That is a good thing in itself. So, Tim, we've kind of gone over, again, there's a long hill to climb here when it comes to Arizona. I know a lot of people would joke, "Oh, it should be a relegation league and get rid of them." But no, we aren't doing that. We want to see where this team goes. Again, they may be 10 seasons removed from winning the World Championship under Aaron Silence. Now the question is, how do they get to 500 and better? What would you think right this moment if you were don't have any idea on who's coming? Who do you think your number one would be in this instance?
Well, for this team, it's like, what do you get for the team that needs everything? In my mock draft, it was up the middle game changers. There are quite a few of them in this draft. You could go CCP with Robert Zinn. You could go real life player with Roman Anthony. You could focus on an infielder. Rafi Benitez is a possibility, although with Pratt, less likely that Rafi is number one. Or you could try to bolster the pitching staff. It's hard to make a wrong move as long as you stay on top of the draft board. And with Alex, I fully expect he will do just that.
Okay. Pirate, I saw your message. I got your 10 gifted subs. Again, we got bombarded. So, again, if you didn't get the shout out, there's your shout out, and apologies for that. I do have it written down. And again, if you are doing 5 gifted subs today, you're getting 3 additional boosts if you're not in this draft pool. And Pirate, you did 10, so you're doubling that. You're getting 6 additional boosts as well for your investment today. Oh, wait a minute. No, you had a player in this draft. My apologies. So you get 5 per, so you'll get 10 total. Sorry about that. All right. I think we're ready. First selection of this draft to be introduced starting now. And it is the Puerto Rican 20-year-old Mauricio Sampaio, who will get the honor and distinction of being your number 1 overall selection this year. I like the pick for the hope of what this kid could bring as we now take the peek at Sampaio, 20-year-old from who played at University of Tennessee in Martin as a sophomore this year, a 14-1 record with a 1.58 ERA. A lot of scouts say that he has been tinkering with the delivery, and they see that he is already very capable of ramping up this fastball to be explosive and touching triple digits. That will be the real test for Arizona to see if they can unlock that ability. He's got good ground ball movement, pretty average control, but average can be very good when you can throw it as hard as he does, but very electric stuff. This could be a phenomenal first-round pick to complement having a Jimmy Pratt being behind the dish. Tim, what's your take on our number 1 overall?
As you said when we were first talking about Arizona, they've got a bunch of players that are a couple of years away. I think Sampaio is already that. He comes in, he was like a college sophomore, junior, I believe. The fact that he's already got solid stamina ratings, has the ability to get 4 almost elite level out pitches. If 3 of those become elite, or even 2 become elite, you're going to have a top of the rotation starter. The thing that intrigues me the most is that his velocity currently, he's touching 93, 94. We see an ability for him to touch maybe even triple digits with some professional training. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how he develops in that minor league squad and what his future is going to be and how quickly Arizona can leverage him.
Indeed. I think this is a phenomenal pick in regards to just further solidifying. Now, again, and I know you have a little bit of a vested interest when I say this, if he can challenge a Brock Rutherford for being who the true ace of the squad could be, I mean, I don't know if he has the ability along with Rutherford. If Rutherford can stay healthy, of course. I don't know if we have the ability to be talking, say, a Johnson and Schilling type of combination here from the past when the world champion Diamondbacks won the world championship in '01. But there has the potential. You have the hard-throwing strikeout artist, just throws from the other side. And you have the other guy who's just established himself as being a steady Eddie who can continue to work and develop as he has a better squad around him.
Yeah, and the key is, as deep as eMLB is, your number 2 starter pretty much has to be an ace in almost any other save. So having 2 arms at the top of the rotation and still developing some other arms in the rotation as well, that's, you work from your strengths.
True.
And I think this helps.
Very true. Very true. Excellent. Well, congrats to AZ Axel on his first ever pick in eMLB. I think it's a good one. We'll absolutely see where he goes from there. And you know what? Shame on me, because AZ just reminded me I kind of missed a very important player in Paul Bailey when I was bringing up both Rutherford and stuff. So, that could be pretty scary if all of those players can continue to develop accordingly. Let's move on to our number 2 pick. That is introducing the Baltimore Orioles. Pop Stars organization won 62 games last year. They are ahead on that pace now. Now, it's in an interesting year because they've had to do it a bit more with some of their role players. Pedro Serrano has been dealing with injury of late. He played 1 game, went 2 for 2 with 2 doubles, sprained his thumb, and he got put back on the DL back on June 20th. So we hope the 30-year-old most powerful hitter from a CCP perspective.
Great horny toads!
Holy crap. Pete just dropping 20 gifted subs into the chat. And where Pete has a player in the universe, or he's got a player in the draft, I should say. That's 5 times, yeah. He gets 4 times that. So he's getting an additional. Yeah, he's getting an additional 20 boosts.
Me in Colorado and Kansas City. Draft time.
Man, Pete making me math here on the fly. Hold on 1 second. Just making sure I don't miss anybody with Gorgo got a gift. I saw Extra Forest got one earlier, and I will circle back on others as best as I can. So we were talking about Serrano here. So Serrano, 9 homers, 21 RBI, 291 average. So he definitely was playing far better than he did in his first season in Baltimore. Chris Blakowski showing he is a pretty steady Eddie at the top of the order. Orioles brought in George Costanza in free agency. That got him a 313 average with 5 homers and 30 RBI thus far. And all-star Gregorio Sorto with a 286 average himself. Alfredo Espinoza might not be hitting for average, but he has the power stroke back. Again, he hit just 12 home runs last year after fracturing his thumb. Seems to be fully past that as he's got 24 home runs this year. That might have him looking like shades of his 2029 to 2031 self. So again, this is a squad that has good offensive presence. Bullpen might be where the question mark is when your top, or you consider your ace to be a Rule 5 selection from the Mets. Now he's doing okay, 5-6 with a 4.87 earned run average. But that might tell you that pitching is what this team most could benefit from. On the farm, just a little bit better than Arizona. 4 players in the top 100. Including Ken NBA, the ticket, Steve Edelstein, and Mike Parkin. Edelstein is working out of the bullpen here, although he came up as a starter, so we'd see how the transition goes there. You go a little further back, there are more players in AAA that are in the top 200 of prospects in Bobby Majid and Gavin Williams. So maybe this team feels like they've got some good cavalry coming in the near future to improve on that weakness. How would you play this knowing the situation of the O's right now?
Well, they tore it down a couple years ago. They took all the aluminum siding to the recycling plant, got some money for it, and now they can spend some of that. This feels like a team that is being built, at least financially, very well. And I think the structure is in place. Now it's just a matter of getting good talent. This is where I had Benitez going in my mock draft. That said, they could use help, as you said, in the pitching staff, in the outfield. There's multiple things, and again, like with Arizona, as long as they stay at or near the top of the board, I don't think they could make a bad pick here.
All right.
But I've got faith in Pop.
You've got faith in Pop. Well, we'll see if that faith is restored or deserved, we'll say here shortly, as we get ready to introduce that number 2 selection. Here it comes. It will be our first community credit player. It is going to be the 22-year-old out of Ashland, Massachusetts, University of Rhode Island, soon-to-be alum, Robert Zinn. That is Schnee's community credit player. Schnee, of course, is your Boston Red Sox general manager now. Interesting choice here, I think. Now, a pure raw talent. This dude just mashed 53 extra base hits out of 66 total hits this season for Rhode Island. Now, if that is an absolute dominance, I don't know what is. Now, a lot of people really say he is a sneaky, deceptive 265 pounds for his ability to cover a lot of ground in the outfield. But there is a lot of question marks on his defensive game. That might be the one deterrent that would really be a question mark for Park, that has a little extra distance to cover now in left field here over the past few years. I like the pick. I just don't know how. Was there just a little bit better on the board, or is this the CCP factor of who created the player?
I think Schnee's Academy is playing the biggest thing. I mean, when you've got Benjamin Abenduck and Hurry Quake, who became significant players almost immediately in our league, Zinn feels like he's going to fall into that same category. His archetype is all arounder, so you're not. And the defense, the thing that impresses me is that the range is high, and considering the physical makeup and the fact that it doesn't really have great straight line speed, suggests to me that, you know, we've got some good baseball IQ here, although he rates normal as that. And there's basically, Zinn can become pretty much anything Baltimore needs. You know, is it power? Is it, you know, contact? The bat's going to take some more time to develop. And it's kind of, as we've seen with Quake this season, kind of the same deal where the defense is coming in a lot stronger. We compared him to Willie Mo Pena in his scouting report. Massive raw power, solid defensive tools. I think he's going to blow past that comp, though, by the time it's over.
All right. Does he have the same deficiencies as Willie Mo does in the outfield?
For now, yes. I mean, I don't think, and I kind of feel like, you know, of course, Boost can prove me wrong. This is a profile that feels more like an outstanding corner outfielder. If the arm improves, be a cinch in right field, although you've got Serrano there. Got options, and I think he could grow into center field. It's just going to take some more boost.
Sorry, I just had to remind somebody on how the first round works here. Anywho, let's move on. Now, actually, no, I do have one additional question I want to throw in to you. Could you see the acquisition of Zinn, as someone said it in the chat, could this be an interdivision bargaining chip in case Schnee wants his own player?
Very much could be. Boston is in a rebuild. He's been not shy about shopping anything that they have.
Johnny Davis isn't getting any younger either if he's
Right.
going to be a true center fielder.
Yeah. And the question is going to be, how much value does either side feel that Zen is worth?
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times, I know when we have our own CCPs, we kind of tend to overvalue those guys a little bit and expect that we get a lot more for them. So we'll see how that plays out. That's going to be a very interesting negotiation.
Yeah,
If that's what's happening here.
It did strike in my head, and the first thing I say, this particular person thinks interdivision trades are the dumbest thing on the planet. Why would you want to help the other side get better? But that's just me. So let's move on and talk about the Colorado Rockies. There has been a lot of good things to talk about in Colorado since a very successful offseason. This is a team that in the last 8 seasons has seen no better than 71 wins. You have to go back to 2024 to see a 76-win season. They are at 55 wins already this year and 36 losses. They are competing aggressively for the National League West here, and they get to pick third on this. That just doesn't sound fair, if you ask me. Well, why are they successful this season, you ask, in case you're not a regular to the eMLB universe? It has to do with some very risky trading that has turned into rewarding trading so far. Red Dit, the squatty, maybe the best shortstop in the majors, 323 average and 15 homers. And you can't go anywhere without having your best wingman, and that would be Eric Von Cola. Both of these men have spent their entire career together on the left side of a diamond. EBC joining him from the Marlins, 300 average, 19 homers, 57 runs driven in. And they weren't done there. They went and got from the world champions, the Matthew Bellows, who apparently had said, I really would like to get behind the plate and show what I can do there. That's where I think my true worth is. Well, a 313 average, 13 homers, 59 runs driven in his first season from not being an outfielder has proven beneficial so far. Then you throw in a very productive year from Jackie Moon, that is Twerky Bacon's community credit player. You get all-star Ed Doolittle as well in center field with a 325 average. I mean, I know it's Colorado, but I mean, even Bo Bichette shouldn't be expected to hit a 356 average. Come on. He had 268 last year. But it all comes down to what they've been able to start working with. You're starting to see, you finally have Johnny Watson living up to the hype of calling himself the franchise. AJ Jeanette coming fully as advertised, the one-time third overall selection, showing why he is nicknamed the Tactician. He has been very surgical, just 87 hits and 110 innings of work so far this year. And a lot of people think he still has room to grow. Then players like Jeremy Decker, Brock Hardwood are also doing their part as well. Thank you, Mr. Audit. On the farm, well, middle of the road in regards to what they've got. One player in the top 50. 4 more in the top 100, including Josh Salfie, who's getting his first taste of the majors in 7 starts. And then 3 other players in the top 100 with some players just outside of it. And Chris Morris having a pretty good shot, might get a peek in the majors here soon. And then Jimmy Meadows might also get an opportunity to be seen in the near future. Kyle Harrison also trying to get into the picture as well. So a lot of real good things to talk about here with the Rockies right now. And maybe because of that, as well as the fact that they've got ownership of all of these players we've talked about for some time, whether it's team control or just a long-term contract. And they've always had good financial efficiency. Maybe they've spent a little more this season to put themselves in this position. But is this a team that can afford to just go after best player available and not be too concerned about their immediate impact in the majors?
I think so. The concern with Colorado is always going to be pitching. They're currently 9th, but for a team in Colorado, to be in ninth, that's like top tier for anyone else. I just for what you've got to deal with. And I think that there is a lot of they moved a lot of their farm system. So I think that they can focus on a rebuild. I mean, of the farm system, not of the team. I think they can go pretty much anywhere, whatever their feeling is. If they want to risk on a CCP, or if they wanted to do kind of a high level profile, a Roman Anthony could fit here as well, even though they look to be pretty solid in center.
Wow.
Kind of anything. Really.
I just got a little warm, fuzzy feeling imagining Roman Anthony hitting in the mile-high air there for a sec. But that's because
I was playing the MLB. I was playing MLB The Show earlier, and I had him there, so that's kind of why I thought of it.
I think that it may be just me, but I think I heard you say eMLB on the show, and I'll take that for what it is here. Thanks. All right, let's get this number 3.
I have a problem.
We all do, but I think it's a good problem. Let's go see what the number 3 pick is here. It is going to be the true community-created player made from last year's Fluffy Kitty Ninja Charity Streamathon. Brock Joseph, the freshman from Ohio University, another absolute destroyer of baseballs. But the thing is, it's not necessarily we're talking leaving the park. He just has massive exit velocity with a lot of his hits. He had 63 extra base hits out of his 78 total this past year for Ohio University. Just phenomenal power and not afraid to just hit the ball right on the screws and go for extra bases as well. He's got good speed to maybe get triples. A lot of people don't think he's really going to be a stolen base threat in the majors, but that's not what I think people would be advertising or hiring to be. Looks like he was a capable defender. A lot of scouts say probably average with arm, average in the range, in the air category, but enough speed that he could be a very respectable corner outfielder. All good things to say about a player like this. Again, it is focused on the offense. This is a team that has solid offense. And where he's a 19-year-old, probably still a couple, maybe even 3 seasons away from the majors. Not a bad pick at all, but what's your thought? Is this who you thought that the Rockies would go with, especially since we mentioned Roman Anthony?
I actually had him in my mock draft going to Colorado. So I got one right.
Yay.
I'm done.
All right, Tim Lowry, everyone, he's gone.
Yeah, high offensive ceiling, good capabilities there, athletic, solid defense, if not spectacular. His speed does enhance his range. As you said, arm strength, probably average. I think this is a very nice, above average power guy, solid all around. And we've seen with Jimmy Fund and we've seen with Sidney Farber, with these capital C community created players tend to pop up sooner rather than later. I wouldn't be in a couple of years, maybe even late next season, see him come up and get a cup of coffee. This just adds to the wealth of riches. His archetype is line drive specialist for power.
Yeah.
In Colorado, yikes. Double digits all the way. It's just incredible. I think he's going to be fantastic in Colorado.
Wow. Well, I like the pick. Again, we're in that area that we probably aren't going to see a terrible pick or extremely questionable pick. I know I questioned Zinn a little bit. Just is that the best fit for what was on the board, considering maybe some risk of deficiency, but still, again, not anyone's going to be a very big disappointment. And again, for Colorado operating from we'll use the term position of strength right now with what they have and the amount of control they have, they can afford to let a guy like him grow in, even if it means other players' windows close and he comes in to fill in that gap. Pretty good talent.
Absolutely.
Very good. All right, we're ready to head over towards our next selection. That'll be the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers, maybe even the better story than the Colorado Rockies. Brewers only had 67 wins last year. They are 11 wins away from already eclipsing what 2032 looked like. To get a number 4 pick out of it and finally have some level of plus working as it does, I think is a huge one. Seaglass, I see you're raising of a boost. Almost ready. Making sure I write it down. There we go. So, again, this was kind of a retooling season for the Brewers, very similar to how the Rockies did it. Herbie Quake has shown himself as ready to at least handle the defensive side of things. A lot of people think he still has a lot of offensive talent to grow into, but a 256 average so far for him. Clyde Torkel, the acquisition, take him from playing at short for Chicago, put him in his natural third base spot, and that has just flourished with a 330 average and 25 homers. Also acquiring Leonardo Broccoli, the former number 1 overall, and your home run derby champion right now, 296 average with 25 homers. He is definitely turned out. And this particular broadcaster had some questions about the contract that Masataka Yoshida had been given, 9-year deal. Well, Yoshida-san is playing just fine as one of the top averages in the National League thus far on a team that is able to complement him. This is a team that has been able to now look at Leonardo Kingston as maybe a bench player all of a sudden, because he's been struggling since. But Jackson Churio getting an opportunity. He got great defense at second in Luke Leto. Jimmy Fund has been a good balanced player all around, our first ever community credit player. And again, Jimmy Fund, Sidney Farber, real quickly, Jimmy Fund, Sidney Farber, and now Brock Joseph. For those who don't know Brock is the inspiration for why we raise money. He was the youngster that was in a class with my son, and we are honoring him with that player in this universe. Again, never thought I'd have raised over $62,000 for striking out cancer in kids. And of course, with my mom and other family members, my pseudo sister, as I called her when I showed the hockey stick earlier, also in dealing with not expected to see the end of this year with cancer. So we're trying to strike out cancer in kids of all nature. 7th annual Fluffy Kitty Ninja Charity Streamathon will begin more after Memorial Day with my matching efforts. But if anybody wants to make an early donation now, I just provided a link to the Tiltify account. We are already almost $1,000 in this year. And again, that's where players like Brock Joseph come from. And that will absolutely be allowed. So back on to the Brewers. We just talked on the offensive side. Pitching has done pretty good too. Hunter Brown is at least performing of an average level. But Gabe Hillman still trying to find work from the arm issues that he had last season. Cassie Thurman, you didn't think to see Cassie here, but this is her third team in 12 months after leaving Texas, going to KC, and now part of Milwaukee, a 2.71 ERA. Greg Barcelo, Greg Newland, the Gregs are doing just fine in this rotation. And then Bill Sullivan being a poor man's Bill McClure, 24 saves this year with a 1.73 earned run average, and a pretty good rotation a pretty good bullpen, when you see everything there top to bottom. Now, Brewers could benefit from just improving the squad. Only 2 players in the top 100, and one of them is a 16-year-old that they think far too much of, with really not a lot of data to go with. But there are some thumpers in this.
You take that back.
Okay. Axel Fjord was acquired last season by the Brewers, already hitting .314 in A-ball. Probably could see some moving up here in the near future. So again, maybe not anyone in the immediate future that will be able to make a difference on this squad. So that's the one difference maybe from Colorado to now. Both teams, high picks, getting very much rewarded for their offseason moves here. But is there some form of price more here for Milwaukee than there was for Colorado?
It's a good question, because I've seen, like, both of these teams have been building to this point for the past several seasons. Although, like, Milwaukee kind of had a fallback last year, I think it was, that it really didn't go very well. And they did not panic. They just kind of reloaded. And I'm getting tweets from multiple agents and people here as I go. And I want to thank Red for pitching in and helping me today. The thing I like is that they have set themselves up with the moves that they've made so that they can focus on just best talent available. What they need is more on the right side of the infield in terms of long-term depth and ability. With the number 4 overall pick, I don't think you pick a first or second baseman. We don't really have anybody that I would consider generational at that spot. So I would look at either pitching or possibly, we've still got several other players. I'm not going to name a couple of names again because I don't want to green room them to death. But there's plenty of value in this draft for Milwaukee to benefit from. Excited to see what happens here.
Why did I have draft day and Bo Callahan in my head? But anyway, Vontae Mack, no matter what. All right, let's go introduce our number 4 selection. It will be the dawn of the Roman Empire, heading to Milwaukee as Roman Anthony, a senior from Marjorie Stoneham Douglas High School in Florida, is going to be selected here. The West Palm Beach native, 18 years young, 11 homers, and a nasty .537 average in his final years this year. Yes, I know it has his minor league statistics there. Don't have to remind me. I was frustrated on why that populated when I thought I had it deleted. But anyway, ignore that. Anthony, pure power hitter. Another guy, though, that might focus more on the line drive than absolutely trying to bomb the ball. But there is so many people that think that this guy is absolutely flawless with his ability to know the strike zone. And a lot of talk that this is a 300 hitter in waiting for the future. Tim, do you agree?
Yeah, I think he's one of those rare talents that I think he can grow into a power hitter, 35 pounds a year, or hit 340. In a perfect world, he could do both. I think the average and the doubles, I think he's going to be like a doubles machine. And very similar to what we see in real life, his base running skills outstrip his athletic, just pure athletic ability. I think he can play all 3 outfield positions well. I feel like he tends to be more of a corner outfielder ultimately. I see him slotting in very well with this club, and it gives Milwaukee a chance to continue to be flexible. And so that as they are competing, when we get to trade deadlines, when we get to like winter off season, things like that, Anthony in the club gives them the ability to potentially deal someone that maybe they couldn't have dealt otherwise. I really like the future for Anthony, and I kind of see him.
Guys, you guys are absolutely awesome. It's unfortunately drowning out just a little bit of the content from Tim, but again, I might have to think on turning off the Jedi Cats, but again, awesome. Clem, thank you very much. Seaglass, there's Aiden.
I run my mouth plenty.
Aiden
just while all that's going on, I'm hearing from Rafi Benitez's agent that he has heard from several teams that he will not be falling much farther. So,
not falling much farther. That means we'd be talking top 10.
potentially, yes.
We are heading to the 5th pick as we transition over to that. It is now time to start talking about the Chicago Cubs under 1.0 general manager. When we say 1.0 universe, if you guys can see back there, eMLB's been around since the year 2000. In the year 2000. Yeah, we've been around that long. And Pete Grassi is from that universe. He's been around quite a while. We can't thank those guys enough for being a part of it. For the Cubbies, little bit of an eclectic mix. You have some huge upside talent in the two-way star Tim Lane, hitting a little under league average here with 14 bombs, while also 4-10 with a mid-4 ERA. They probably are hoping a little better than that. Danny White, where have you gone? Still hitting 15 homers. But of course, you can always rely on Danny D. Smith Jr. doing his thing as best as he can. Just for the moment right now. Oh, dear Lord. Where is my fun stuff? Where's my fun stuff?
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Linda Ronstadt, anytime we have to bring up Danny Smith, Linda Ronstadt has to do her thing. What's up with that? Next thing you know, it'll be Dolly Parton doing it. There's a running joke on that for anyone who doesn't know. But Danny D. Smith Jr., 288 average. Thank you, Danny, also for your gifted subs as well today, too. Jules Zana. So maybe it was separate of Smith and Lane. Maybe there's just a lot of role players here and a lot of how do you do's. The rotation, I don't think anybody would have thought that 35-year-old Juan Coelho is going to be your top player out of what you had for options. Again, nothing stellar, although Tim Lane would probably be the top option for it. So I think there are definitely a little more holes in the Cubs situation than anything. Here's the risk. Cubs don't really have an awful lot to work with in the minors right this moment. Only one player identified in the top 100, and Artie Strayer. A lot of people actually think Strayer should be given an opportunity now, but he will stay in the minors for the time being. Anybody else within the top 200 doesn't look like they are going to be players on this, making a difference on the Cubs roster anytime soon. Maybe Chris Testo and maybe a reliever and Jim Spencer down on AAA, the most likely players to get a peek in the majors here soon. So I think a lot more work to do with a Cubs roster than anything. What would your go-to move be when you take a peek at it from, well, we'll call it the 10,000-foot level?
Yeah, I think it's just get as many bodies in the building as you can. I think they definitely need to build up the farm system. When you look at the positional rankings in game, the team looks okay. There are
sent.
a few
I would like to walk
weaknesses.
back my comment.
Tim, hold on. I'm interrupting, or
the
AI
best.
me is
Possibly
interrupting.
the greatest pick ever. Popstars knows her stuff.
Apparently, words just got literally thrown in my mouth.
You're allowed to change your mind. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I just changed it. Thank you, Pop, for the biddies. Funny.
5 gifted if somebody does a good Gilbert Gottfried one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a good one.
Too funny. So, any apologies again, got a little distracted by my set.
Absolutely.
So, in summary, which direction do you think?
We've got a running gag going here. Shut up, Tim. Tim Street. They need middle infield help organizationally.
I just introduced it by accident, but it's going to be Cam Schlittler.
I was getting ready to say they need starting pitching help as well.
Well, it'll be Cam Schlittler. There you go. There's your chime, gang. That's Kamish's first derp here on the day. Cam Schlittler, the 21-year-old from Weymouth, Massachusetts. He's made a real name for himself in real life with the Yankees. The junior from Northeastern University, 10-2 this past year with a 2.33 earned run average. A pretty solid overall player, I would say, nonetheless. A guy throwing mid-50s, mid-90s. They think he could ramp it up a little bit more. A good sinker cutter combination from Schlittler with sliders and curveballs that they think, if he can continue to develop it, are going to make him an absolutely deadly arsenal. Great frame on the mound, a 6'6" right-hander, 215 pounds, maybe add a little more muscle to protect that arm a little bit more. I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing in a Cam Schlittler here.
No. 3 pitches with potential 100 ceilings. And I mean, does he get that in a perfect world? Yes. But the fact that it's not just 3 different fastballs that are elite, that means an awful lot. I'm seeing a lot more in the eMLB of guys who can throw quality breaking pitches for outs are extremely valuable. It's almost becoming the new money ball, if you will. I like the way he's making. He was just below, for me, just below Sampaio, who's already gone. So I feel like this is a perfect spot to take him. And very good pick by Chicago here.
Agree. I definitely think he was a top 5. For some reason, I just felt like Colorado would have taken him because they have a penchant for going after pitchers earlier. And again, a guy, A.J. Cadet, as a particular example. So I just felt like maybe he was that next pick. And of course, a Chris Eastman was another player that they got in that top 5. So that was my thought. No surprise Schlittler ends up here. I think he's an excellent pick here for Cubs organization that they need that star. You know, it can't just be the wrecking ball anymore here. And I thought Tim Lane would be that, but for some reason, Tim Lane leaving Sacramento is kind of fallen into obscurity a little bit here.
Yeah, and I feel like Lane is more hitter than pitcher, is the way it's turning out to be. And I've always kind of thought of Lane as like a mid-rotation. Schlittler gives the Cubs the ability to grow somebody who can be at the top of the rotation, be an ace for them, and take a little bit of the pressure off of Lane.
Yeah, indeed. So a good pick. I like the pick overall. And with that, let's go on to Mr. D Blocks. Hold on a second. Turkey Bacon dropping some gifted subs in the chat. Thank you, Twerk. Much appreciated. And let's move on to the Tampa Bay Rays now here. Rays under D-Block, 40-51 this year. Now, in the first year that D-Block had this squad, he had him in the playoffs. Now he's just trying to reestablish that identity. He's had a little bit of a drop-off here the last 2 seasons, finishing 3rd and 4th. He's 4th currently in the majors, right, in the American League East, with a 40-win season so far. Pitching has gotten better, but unfortunately the hitting only at 237 right now. That's kind of really bottom of the American League overall. Looking at this squad, there was a lot of hype on Eric Newman, and I remember this. We kept talking on when would Eric Newman finally get his first victory. I think it was, 12 or 13 career starts before Newman finally won. Now the dude knows how to win just fine. ABC dropping in. Thank you very much, ABC, for 5 gifted subs as well. So, Eric Newman living up to the hype now. Giro Nedel from Germany. Expensive acquisition this offseason. Hi, Dish. Get to your TIE Fighters because DishNet is either doing Power Per Pros or he's doing Ace Detective, but he's going to throw the book at us with his raid. Thank you very much, Dish. Welcome on into those who are watching live coverage of the 2033 eMLB Amateur Draft. Thank you for your attendance. We are on the number 6th pick overall. Oh, you were doing Super Rush, Mario Golf. That is the board. We only have 5 picks in so far. We are talking about the Tampa Rays with the number 6 pick going over the team. Tim Giles looks like the face of this offense. 290 average, 18 homers. He is backing up back-to-back seasons where he's been averaging 35 home runs a year. Rest of the squad, mostly guys that are just trying to live and build this team better. One complaint I would have on this team, very, very deep in left-handed hitters, maybe something to address. But they have a nice guy in the back in David Bednar. 15 saves this year, 2.7 ERA for the 27-year-old. He had 27 saves last season. When we look down on the farm, it's a top 5 organization. 2 players in the top 25. Likely, though, a year or 2 away from having a presence in the majors. Doug McCulloch is getting his opportunity just inside the top 50, hitting with just 162 with his 19 games so far. Louis Ocampo and highly touted community credit player Ziggy Deacon, that is VR Minds player, mashing the ball in 16 games and A+ ball, might be trying to get a promotion to end his season off, and he may actually be trying to fast-track himself to the majors soon. So, a little bit of an eclectic mix. Again, I just said what I think would be the biggest concern I would have for this organization is that there's a lot of left-handed bats, so maybe you can murder them with a bunch of lefties to be able to try to expose this organization. I don't know. Again, this is a team that's 15 points below last season's average right now, hitting 237.
Yeah. And I think there's maybe a little bit of a gamble here because good lefties are hard to find, at least consistent lefties. I look at this organization and I see depth up the middle as being an issue. Also hard to come by in terms of like center field, short, second, and behind the plate. This team, I feel like their identity is make or break around pitching, and you showed the their top prospect list, and the top 4 were starting pitchers. This is a team that develops pitching well. Maybe they can deal some of that for some right-handed bats and middle infielders. There's really no middle infielder right now that I think is kind of at this level of the draft ready. Maybe like 10, 20 spots lower, but we'll see. I can be convinced. So it's not lost on me too that a certain
you can
general
be convinced.
manager, yes, a certain general manager has his CCP still available,
Yes,
and would not be much of a reach here.
Seeing some talk on some insider reports that is exactly who is pegged to be this first overall pick. So it sounds like you are kind of in a little bit of agreement on that.
Yeah, I could live with that.
Okay. Well, let's find out who the Tampa Rays are selecting here with the number 6 overall pick. We hope you are enjoying the 2033 eMLB Amateur Draft. Let's introduce Tampa's selection. Well. It is not D-Block. It'll be the 18-year-old right-hander from Apache, Oklahoma, Jim Gowan. Gowan currently throwing a mid-90s fastball, ground ball specialist. Throws a fastball with a sinking fastball to keep them on their toes. Curveball and changeup. A lot of people say it is the pitch that needs to most get the work on, but a lot of people really believe this kid has all the makings of a future front-end rotation kind of guy. A lot of people were very high on this guy being a top 10 selection here. He's got a commitment going to the University of Virginia if for any reason he does not sign with the Rays here. but a lot of people are really thinking he's going to have some great movement on his pitches. He should be able to develop the control. He walked 17 batters in 110 innings here while winning 11 games out of 16 for the Waco, Washington baseball team this year. It's an impressive pick. I mean, he wasn't Schlittler, and he definitely wasn't Sampaio, but he was a guy that probably, I would say, was a definite top 10 selection. Your feeling on this selection here, Tim?
Yeah, I think we had him rated at 8th overall. I do like the pitch mix. I'm not as worried about the changeup and the secondary pitches not developing, because in the lower levels, particularly a high school kid, you just want to see the velocity. The rest can be worked on as they mature. I like the fact that he mechanically looks to be able to move his velocity up several miles an hour, maybe not touching 100 yet, but we project him at around 96 to 98 velocity wise. I like the fact that he not only throws it fast, but also throws a very heavy ball. The control will come. That's the thing, that he's just wild right now. Just needs some professional instruction, and I think this kid is going to be something. I really like this pick. D-Block several years down the road is going to have a real winning piece here.
Yeah, I agree. That's the only downside is this is definitely a long gamble. Of course, for those who aren't as familiar, the eMLB universe only does 2 seasons per one real-life year. We are more about the storytelling than we are about the getting a season done in a week. No disrespect. Everybody has their speed that they prefer, and there are plenty of leagues that you can get that. Here, these players that you are seeing today, I could be talking about, we all could be talking about for 5, maybe even 10 real life years in what they do in this universe that you are watching. Going in the books means we will now steer our attention over. Get it? Steer, Stags. I see what you did there. Played an animal play. We will go stampeding with the Portland Stags now here at the number 7 pick. Attica Online has, of course, been the man at the helm since the Stags were a franchise expansion back in 2027. They are no longer the new kids on the block, of course, with the San Antonio Missions and the Nashville Stars, but the Stags are building for a team of the future. And I'll tell you, I like what this team has done. Here is the short history of the Portland Stags. They had 73 wins last year, so they have never seen a north of 500 record so far. But you got to remember, they are in the absolute toughest division in the National League West that this eMLB universe has had. They are 45-46 right now. Everything is steering into better categories right this moment. When we look at the Stags overall, they went after some experience. They brought in Dominic Aguilera a few seasons ago. He's playing his consistent defense while being at least semi-productive from the batting side. They found other talent. Ajani Mutri was a number 3 overall selection once in 2029. He had 19 homers in 60 games a couple years ago. In his first full season, he hit 28 homers, albeit with a 222 average. A little bit better on the average this year as well as the 22. He may see 40 home runs this season, which would be absolutely awesome. Yeah, it'd be great. I didn't have the ability to make that graphic transparent, but I agree if it could be transparent like mine. As you see, my eMLB Amateur Draft logo is transparent, but Tim's is still pretty. I love the new look that he had for it.
We can work on that.
Yes, we can. Pitching-wise, you've taken a little bit of gamble here with bringing in the captain, Jorge Barbosa. Bringing in Matt McClendon. Matt has done really well in the back end, even if a 4-9 record, a mid-3 ERA, I think is far better than I would have thought Matty Mack would have done at this point. Of course, two-way talent, or hopeful two-way future talent, Chris P. Bacon is 6-6 with a sub-4 ERA himself. Not really any one guy you look in that top 5 and you say, yeah, we can beat him. easy peasy. No, you can't. It might be the pen that has been a little bit of question mark so far for the Stags. Again, they are in a super competitive division, so take what you see for a record as you will. Here is the hope for the future, though. This is currently one of the top 3 in regards to organizational depth. Leon Carter. Never heard of him before, though, right? Right, Tim? Never heard of him.
No idea who you're talking about.
Now, 214 average as he tests out Double-A at this point, but the number 1 overall prospect in eMLB, the community credit player of Tim Lowry, will possibly be a very dominant catcher once the contract of Forrest Heitert ends off here. Another player in the top 25, 2 more players in the top 100, and a couple more players in the top 200, but a good concentration at the front. Maybe a lot of that ranking goes to Leon Carter. Possibly. But Stacks here at this particular point and junction. What's your thoughts?
Well, as I promised Pop, here comes the Portland Stags commercial. This organization is where Milwaukee and even Colorado were a couple seasons ago, where they are just, I feel like they are just on the precipice of making that next leap. If you look at the organizational rankings in game, there's very little that they're struggling. There are a lot of single-digit overall rankings on this team. A powerhouse is being built here. So, what do you get them? I think they could go first available or best available. I see a lot of high-quality starting pitchers on the board. You can never have too much pitching, according to us. So I would be leaning there. But again, they're in a situation where as long as they stay near the top of the draft of the big board, I would not fault them for anything that they picked, unless it's maybe another catcher. And staring at you, Rafi Benitez.
One player we didn't talk about real quickly was their real-life player, Kevin Alcantara, just turned 25 years old. He was an all-star, but he could not participate due to a fractured thumb. He got just before 30 home runs and a 278 average from a very competent outfielder as well, with phenomenal power. This was a 7th round pick, 198th pick. This is, I won't say he's Tom Brady, but, he has that similarity with him.
Did it feel like to you that like people were throwing themselves downstairs this year not to play in the All-Star game? There were a lot of injuries around the All-Star.
Yeah, there was. There was towards the end. It was unfortunate, but I guess that's why we wait till the very last minute to announce the full squad. All right, let's introduce who we have for, give me a moment. I am a little off here, almost. All right, we are now ready. Let's introduce who the Stags pick with number 7. They will go with the real-life player from Elizabethton, Tennessee. High school senior Evan Carter is going to be selected here. Lot of offensive talent here, some good speed. And man, I believe he stole over 50 bases this past, 54 to be exact, by Carter this year, while also mashing 10 homers and hitting just a modest 453. University of Toledo is a announced commitment that he plans to go here if he cannot land with the Stags. Left-handed bats will never be sad, especially if they do have a tendency to pull the ball. I got to think this is a guy who could be alongside Ajani Mutri long-term in the outfield, doing damage on that short but tall right field fence out there at the Portland Diamond Ballpark. But he might do it with a little bit of extra panache on the base paths with the steals. Evan Carter. Tim, what's your take on him?
I really like this pick, and this kind of shows what I'm seeing from this club all around. This is a pick for the future, when he will be ready to come in as Aguilera he signed through 2036.
Yep.
I get the feeling that this is kind of with that in mind, and potential, and just like keeping the party going without it's a retool. And it's more of a reload.
Oh,
I
just
this
screwed
pick.
up everything.
That's fine. I didn't see it.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Nothing
Sure.
to see here. Look right here. Flash. No, I love this. He's one of the best prep bats that I saw in this particular draft. And of course, despite the fact that he's got great ratings all around, the fact that he is a real life player means that if he has a great season or great career, instant re-rate candidate if the potentials don't realize. So lots of room to maneuver here. This is a very nice pick.
I like it too. That little faux pas is showing having one big curved monitor and having the OBS not be overly friendly to it when it comes to certain screens. That's why that oopsie happened. Well, dang it. I'm trying not to screw up so much, but sometimes you can only do what you can do. So I do like the pick as well. I think he could. I don't see him as a center fielder. Of course, he can play center field when you're in high school on a best squad. But if you're thinking about his future, I think he's a future corner outfielder. And I'm probably thinking more left since Mutri looks comfortable in right field right there.
Yeah, I see that too.
Cleveland, no idea what they're going to pick, but let's look at the squad as we've been doing with everything else. Now, you got a lot of hype with Loki Swayman doing just fine, still learning the ropes at his 24-year-old age, 256 homers, 11 homers, 256 average, 11 homers. Sean Zelaya, heard a rumor on Zelaya. More on that later. Alphonse Elric, though, tallest man in the majors, doesn't hit for power like you'd think a big man would, but a 318 average and consistent. And Jeff Coleman seems to do very comfortably well since transitioning from a third baseman over to second base with a 329 average and 16 homers. It's always been the thought that a pitching staff that has a Bobby Royal, a David Ellis, and a Ryan Tecker at the front were going to be dominant for years to come. There's been a lot of question marks on this squad. Royal does have a 4.31 ERA, but former Cy Young winner David Elvis, where have you gone? 6.36 so far halfway through this season. Beginning to wonder if the Guardians might have to think in a different direction with him. Ryan Tecker, a 5.05 ERA himself. Best pitcher so far this season, Sean Bensley, 6-4, 3.05 earned run average. Down on the farm, there are several players in the top 100. Yuri Perez, of course, a real-life player who is 29th currently in our universe. Jeremy Rogers might get a peek at him this year as he has pitched really well in AAA so far in 10 games. And Randy Del Vecchio is an outfielder who could possibly make a appearance or two. I would probably peg him as a 2035 myself. But again, not the deepest. They're kind of middle of the rankings right now in regards to what they could potentially bring aboard. Tim, what would you have gone with since everyone knows the pick?
I'm sensing starting pitching. And that was kind of where I was, and I feel like that's a legitimate thing. I think the offense is in good shape. I'm really seeing the pitching to kind of start to stack up here, and there's going to be a lot of value picks coming. So yeah, starting pitching is the key.
Well, shucky darns, I need to do it at least once today. Because, well, I absolutely deserved it. So on three, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
We are absolutely bona fide. Kamish is a total idiot sandwich. Yeah. All right. Let's shock the world with this pick. Nobody saw that one coming.
Nope.
Not at all. Josh Robles. 18-year-old left-hander from the Villages in Florida. Originally, he's playing his ball in Medford, New Jersey at BCIT Medford. Well, he's planning to head back to Florida if he doesn't go sign because he has committed to the Hurricanes. 21 consecutive wins just in his last 2 seasons alone and a total ERA barely over half a run. And he has struck out over 400 batters in 234 innings of work in that time. That is absolutely deadly. I mean, that just tells you you've got some very scary ability to do some striking out and throwing out. Fastball, changeup, splitter, and of course he's got the screwball, although it's not really rated as a solid pitch. Not really a lot of people pegging him to really be more of a pure power pitcher from what I have heard on the scouting reports. Just maybe a little more well-rounded. What's your take on Josh Robles?
Yeah, I think the changeup is going to ultimately be his signature pitch. The fastball is going to play up because of the other pitches that he has. One of the harder working players that was in this draft pool. He's got a long way to go, but I think the projection of him having solid control and average movement to go with that swing and miss stuff, I think all of this together, I mean, he is a teenager, so there's a little bit of concern there as to how far he might fall in English. But this is a good risk to take, and it helps them bolster their pitching staff. Robles was, I don't think he was in my top 10, but he was close. Top 20. So this isn't a reach in my mind. It's a good pick.
Okay. I'm liking your thought process on that. I think the biggest question mark that a lot of us have is how the heck is a kid born in the Villages? Isn't that a retirement community? Is there a scandal going on there? Someone needs to do some work on that.
I've heard some crazy things about retirement. I've changed my mind on retirement because of that.
Holy crap, Benny. You are an absolute gentleman and a scholar. You just did 5 tier 3 gifted subs. Wow. I'm going to take what I said to everybody else, and I'm going to multiply it by that same number. So I think that means I'm giving you a basically 30 total boost there, additional of what you just did. So, dude, I think your player just really had his draft stock go up super quick. Holy crap. I got to keep track on that. You also, I got to give you a spin on the Pecos wheel as well. I also see that Cardinal fan got a T3 gift, tier 3, so let me write that down. Chuck Norris is going to be very happy. Thank you, sir. Oh, I've got to do the Academy math later. We are out of our gourd here. Did I miss yours, Jamie? Let me look. I saw yours earlier, but I must have thought it was tier 1. Or, hold on a sec. Wasn't thinking anybody would take me up on the tier 3s, I guess, apparently. 5 tier 3 subs to the chat. Was tier 3? Okay, well, then I do. Can I go back that far? No, I can't right here. But I believe you. And King Butcher says it was tier 3. So, yeah, we'll give it to you. Hold on a sec. Let me get the old wheel dusted off here. And let me now trick it and go to the Pecos wheel. All right, Jamie did it first. Benny, if you weren't here earlier, I was mentioning I was wearing the pink in honor of breast cancer awareness. Of course, that my wife has dealt with breast cancer, and a good friend of mine who's dealing with tier 4 that she's no longer being treated for. She also was someone who was kind enough to send me a lot of her Red Sox and Bruins paraphernalia, including this stick, which was signed by number 77, Rima Bork. That is an authentic jersey, signature. I've done my homework, and I trust Carmen. But thinking of her frequently, especially as she's done with treatment and stuff at this particular point. So what will be is what will be, she says. All right, so Jamie. I know you said spin, spin, sugar, but I will let you decide to spin now. Uh-oh.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
Well, that'll get you 10 extra boosts.
So close.
Close only counts on horseshoes and hand grenades, so I heard. All right, Benny. You will get some bonus boosts as well for your kindness on doing a tier 3. Spinneth awayeth. I think it's going to stay in the 20.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
Congrats there to Jamie and to Benny for their kindness on helping us out here today. Very, very cool indeed. Okay, super quick. Again, for those who just missed it, Robles was our selection. Here is our draft board so that we can get back to where we were. Washington Nationals will be up here with the number 9 selection. I'm getting myself reoriented here. Okay, so Washington Nationals. Of course, NC Pirate has been at the helm the whole time we have done the 2.0 universe. Joe DiGiulio, of course, one of our fond friends. We have a special moment named just in his honor when people accidentally do their command for the game that they are playing in the chat. Guess what emote is coming very soon, friends, as Rocky Draws is back, getting to work. The Pirate Kitty Ninja will be coming soon enough, as she is working on that now. That should be fun.
Go!
Yes, indeed. All right, so over to looking at the Nationals here. No Joe Diggs this season. Of course, he is now in Atlanta. They were unable to sign him, so Brett Justice, Serge Andrade working on the front of the rotation. Mark Diggs, now the Diggs brother that the organization has wrapped itself around. 282 average and 16 homers. Old friend Jose Anthony, the switch hitter, 294 average and 18 home runs this year. Again, a respectable team all around for what they can bring. They had an all-star in Pedro Gomez as well. They just suffered an injury to Sean Clisby. Of course, Chris Sabo just getting some back spasms. Don't know how long that might set him back or if he can play through it right now. But again, a team that's looking for its identity, currently 5th place in the National League division. We look down on the farm right at the top 10 with 2 players in the top 25, including some guy named Miller. Should I get the corn music out going? Because that is the coolest entrance in the majors today. No disrespect to Edwin Diaz. but I'm more of a corn fan than anything. Steve Sawyer is just outside the top 50, and he has been looking pretty decent as a starter, actually. A lot of people questioning whether or not he's a starter or a reliever. A pitching-heavy organization, as you see, with Andre Salk, Yoran Uriaste, Nate Harms, and Chad Bevan, all in the top 200. So all their top prospects currently rated to be pitchers. Natural tendency would be to think that they're going to be going after some form of hitter here to complement this organization. What's your take where the Nationals are and where you think they would have gone?
Tend to agree with you. I think, especially like in the outfield, that there is a need here. The problem is that the draft pool, that the folks that are left, with again, was tending to skew pitching. Rafi Benitez is still there. Could be a potential replacement ultimately for Justin Case at some point. There's some good corner infielders, including one of my personal favorites, Matt Radke. So there's a lot to go, but right now there's a lot of pitching that's here. So they could be forgiven if they went that route again as well.
Okay. I guess. Uh-oh, what's the That sounds like some Backfield's media first. You heard it here first type of
Yeah, looks like Benitez's agent is now saying that there are 4 teams that he is willing to sign with. And we're working on finding out who those 4 teams are. Apparently, the expansion teams are not on his list. This is about the only thing we can find.
Just in case, looks like he still would be the, kind of the franchise catcher here. Maybe not franchise is the right word, but the regular that they're confident in and probably wouldn't replace Benitez with, unless you think that's where we're going.
I think the makeup concerns don't have him as being a very good fit for Washington. So I would not expect them to pick him, but I may be wrong.
Well,
it's happened before.
I've been wrong plenty already on today's show. That's for sure. I don't know. Did you hear that?
Hearing something?
I'm hearing something indeed. I'm not sure exactly what I'm hearing, but I just heard something. What the hell?
Something strange in your neighborhood. Who you gonna call?
Apparently Lou Tully, the 5th Ghostbuster.
Something weird and it don't look good. Who you gonna call?
Insane. Tell me about it, right? Lou Tully has been selected here by the Washington Nationals from Fresno, California. I think we had a quote from Mr. Tully when we were asked what's his, what makes him so successful.
Stay fit, keep sharp, make good decisions.
Well, everybody knows that. But apparently it works for him. Tully, 22 years old, from Fresno, California, played his ball at USC this year. 8-3 record, 2.56 earned run average, 102 innings of work for the man nicknamed the Ghostbuster. Ground ball specialist, throws a pretty good fastball, though, that they think could probably see near mid-90s, especially because of the sinking fastball. So a lot of people think this is one to keep the ball in the park. Probably will do pretty well. I mean, he only gave up 3 home runs here at USC last year for the Trojans. So, a good pick, but I think more for what he can do to keep the ball and keep his defense active than for anything else separate of that. Tim, what's your thought there?
Yes, but he does that very well. We had him big potential. He was in the top 12. If you're looking at more what he could do right now, we had him actually 6th overall. Scouting crew really liked him, compared him to Logan Webb in our scouting report. Not a bad comp. And yeah, and just like with Webb early on in the career, it's about weak contact more than missing bats.
Yeah. And
keeping the ball down. So this feels like a really good pick from them. Yes, this is very nice. I'm liking this makeup.
Denver, I think you meant to say the accountant, lawyer, and Ghostbuster is now a politician, is what you meant to say. So not just the National, but just as a note on a side note, Tully was from our 1.0 universe. He had a 110 win career over 11 seasons, 3.96 ERA, and over 1,200 strikeouts in a row, a little over 1,600 innings of work. That information for any player that's from the 1.0 universe, it is always great for you to check the history tab of the player. And I will now these days provide you more specific information of a 1.0 player. So that gives you at least something to see. Did you get a better version of the player, or did the player really not do well in the 2.0 conditions? All right, we are ready for our 10th selection now, Tim. Sacramento coming up here just because of the... Well, hold on.
Pop stars sent. Tim Lowry talks about Axel von Doom, the way medieval villagers talked about dragons. Every time backfield media predicts Axel's collapse, he throws 12 strikeouts, wins by 6 runs, and celebrates by eating brisket directly off the foil tray like a divorced emperor.
Oh, dear God. Jeez. That's good. I like that. I like that a lot.
And here I am having to move. I guess I'll get to live rent-free in Von Doom's head.
As Tim drops 5 more gifted subs. Thank you, Tim. You're right here, and he's dropping gifted subs. What's up with that? Stay focused, sir.
Nothing. I'm not doing anything.
Got it. I got it. All right. So let's go talk about Sacramento. Again, the unenviable task of being in the most difficult division in the majors. 38 wins this year, 15.5 back. Good pitching to talk about there. You know, that is an impressive squad. Dylan Cease, who made the All-Star game. Bobby Sharp could have been an All-Star. Sergio Morales, if he wasn't injured, I'm sure would have been a star. And then you got Jorge Benavides and Hervé Briand. Of course, the Frenchman is maybe falling off a little bit, but he was a 10-game winner with a 3.2 ERA last year. That doesn't even count Aaron Nola, who's trying to do a little bit for the Athletics. He had a 3.88 ERA in 58 innings of work before suffering the injury, where a lot of talk is he might be back here over the next week. Anthony Godwin, Edward Joseph. Joseph immediately, I'm looking at catchers right away as we introduce teams here to say, is this a Rafi Benitez spot? I'd say no in this instance here. But
no.
Again, a good year from Johnson Grayson, a community-credit player boomer. Anthony Godwin, maybe a little under the assumed expectations of maybe being the next top shortstop that's not named Red Dit. Ellie De La Cruz, is just not cruising as much as you would hope that he would, although he does have 16 steals this year, but he did have 42 last season and 36 the year before. But he is 80 points off, or at least 70 plus points off of what he had done offensively last year. On the farm, there's a lot of hope. J.H. Anderson, the two-way player. Ozzie Bones in the top 10 as well. He might be knocking on the door to make the majors here soon. If not, at least he's keeping Mike Koshishvili motivated, who's hitting a 302 average here so far. And then you've got players like Jackson Holliday, who might be knocking on the door here really soon for the majors. And players like Kevin Dyson, who are more likely to be bullpen. Don't know if Dyson will be trying to take over closing roles or not here. So 6 players in the top 100. Maybe some will have some ability to help out this squad sooner rather than later. So we'll ask at this point, since we're now at the 10th pick, we'll ask. It sounds like you were shaking or I think I saw you shaking your head when we said Benitez here. Probably not.
No.
Where would you go then if it's not Benitez?
Looking at the way the draft board has fallen right now, I would be tempted to get like a Colt Keith or a Matt Radke here because of the need. Names. Yeah. I also realize that Diz leans more towards CCP. So, although Rafi is a CCP, you've also got Riorson, who's available, who would fit that third base thing. So kind of leaning towards the infield, thinking Riorson might be the pick here. Let's see.
All righty. Very good. Let's do that indeed right now as we introduce the 10th overall selection. Well, there is another community credit player. A lot of people had him pegged on going earlier in this draft. But there is D Block being selected here with the number 10 pick overall. I find this an interesting pick here right now for a couple of reasons. Number one, we thought he was going to go earlier. He's a junior college sophomore at Butler Community College. I guess maybe why I find him a little bit of an interesting pick here is that, I don't know, like you said, he goes after CCPs, but this will be the second CCP that he has from the same person in D-Block Dragon. Get 20 years old, junior college sophomore at Butler Community College. He's actually planning to go to UNLV if he does not get signed. And yeah, that is the other question. Now you're going to have 2 players from the same CCP who also happens to be a general manager. Will he sign here? That is the real question mark. 4-pitch arsenal, fastball, split finger fastball, slider, and changeup. I don't know. So it's some various questions I guess I could ask myself here that I think is better for me to ask you here, Tim. What do you think on D-Block?
The first thing that pops in my head about this is that this is more, I think this is the beginning of the end of Hervé Briand in Sacramento. Because
where would
they are.
Who would take him at that price?
If there's one thing I've learned is that there's no contract that's really untradeable if the deal lands right.
Even Yamamoto?
But yeah. Huh?
Even Yamamoto?
Yes. Screams and Yamura Mori. I do like he is a control freak archetype. So it's like a cheaper, for now, version of Briand with the benefit of being a CCP so that he can adjust. And he's definitely a starter with the 80 stamina. Has a lot of room to grow and needs to grow. But I really think that with the skill set and the pitch mix, this can be a typical, a very good rotation piece. And you gotta love a guy who hails from Ding Dong, Texas.
Ding Dong. Ding Dong, man.
So,
yo,
yeah.
Ding Dong, yo.
Like this guy.
D-Block, that's where I was in county jail, says Skip. Oh, boy.
I think Skip just won the chat.
I think he did. That might be the chat of the day here, that's for sure. All right. So D-Block Dragons. D-Block has been selected here. The pitcher from Butler Community College. Again, we'll see if he will sign on the dotted line. All right, we go to the 11th overall selection. We now turn our take to the Central and the Kansas City Royals under Minerva. Royals having a competitive year this year, even if they are 6 games under 500. There was a point that they were leading the division. They are trending in the right direction last 3 seasons as we take a peek. 71 wins in 2031 up to 75. And they're on pace to do that maybe a little bit better here. The pitching has certainly turned around, and the hitting has not fallen off too much. Just a 247 average coming into this one. You got players like Chuck Norris, Cardinal fan, just benefiting from a Tier 3 gifted sub, so that'll help him with about 6 boosts. You've got Edgar von Heimdallr, of course, always living up to the hype. As well as the laughs, apparently. And other players like Jacob Lagunas, Andrew O'Quinn, Adrian Donini, those are all CCPs, even if they're not overly active CCPs. They are serving a purpose here. This pitching rotation, though, is always intriguing to me. You've got the veteran in David Leal. You've got Hans Kraus, 3-5 with a mid-3 ERA. Ben Lukasiak, a former top 5 selection. Parker Gooch, Dr. Dynastics community creative player. And then the re-rate of Robert Suarez has turned into 20 saves and an all-star nomination. So definitely, decent talent on this team. It's just a matter of how do they continue to perk on it. Helps that you got a top 5 squad. Helps that you've got 3 players in the top 50. Helps that you've got 5 in the top 100. And that you've got 7 players between top 100 and 200, including very impressive Nick Kurtz, 22 years old, 281 average in 86 games in AAA. That'll be a quick side question I ask of you. Why wouldn't you give Nick Kurtz an opportunity to show his stuff right now?
I think that's a legitimate question. And we're seeing it just as much in eMLB as we're seeing in Major League Baseball. Prospects are getting called up very early. This is becoming a younger and younger sport. And I think a lot of teams are doing their due diligence early, and they're getting good value from these youngsters. The only concern would be the contact, but you're not paying him to hit 300. So I think it will be interesting. I'm hearing something from, wait a minute, I just got a ding.
Uh-oh. Are you thinking this is a Benitez spot?
No, well, 2 separate things are going on here. Benitez is looking either Toronto, surprise, surprise, or New York. Okay, so that's not doing anything here. Also, hearing from D-Block's agent that it was very clear that there had to be communication beforehand for any sort of contract talks, and only 2 had done so. Sacramento is not one of those. So we may have your question about whether or not he would sign is coming up. Okay, back to the Kansas City thing. I do like the direction this organization is trending. I feel like in the last couple of years, they've used their farm system more as part of deals and other things. I'm hoping for some stability here. That third base thing, and I'm starting to pick on a certain player right now a lot. I feel like corner infield would be the spot to go. It's what I had in my mock draft. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to see here, but we'll see.
All right. Well, Thank you, Tim, for your thoughts. Again, you are watching live coverage of the 2033 eMLB Amateur Draft, sponsored by APM Music and Moon Brew. We are on our 11th pick, and we are going to now introduce the 11th overall selection of the 2033 draft. Royals will select the senior from Belmont University. They're going to go with Mike Sturgeon, 22-year-old right-hander. Interesting choice here that I've heard more that he projects to be a long-term finesse pitcher than any type of power pitcher, but a good mix in the fastball changeup. Throws 3 different types of fastballs, but they all have decent movement on it. Again, guy who should have very good command of his pitch location, as he has just 37 career walks that he has allowed in over 230 innings pitched here for Belmont the last 2 seasons. He's going to be, I don't know if we say he is just the blow-it-away ace, but this is a guy who's an absolute top of the rotation profile here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. And we're starting to see that profile more and more in eMLB of low stuff, but ground ball, high control pitchers. They are starting to have more of an impact. Sturgeon certainly fits that profile. He's closer to be ready to go. I only have one pitcher that's still available that I would have taken ahead of him, but Sturgeon was in our top tier of picks in our scouting reports on the Discord. So I really like this pick for them. This has some value and just helps them build that. Pitching is their identity to me. So thank you, Serpa. And I like this pick for them.
Awesome. Hey, wow, Puck, thank you very much for the tier 3. Wee Blarg, let me just write that down. All right, Sturgeon, a pretty solid pick. Again, more of a finesse pitcher, but a guy who knows how to pitch. There's guys that hurl and there are guys that pitches, and Mike Sturgeon definitely comes with the latter profile, and there's just as much a need for those guys, because look at the career David Leal has had. He's blown people away without barely breaking a pane of glass with a fastball. It has always been the ability to mix that changeup that has been the dominant thing for him. All right, 11 picks in. On to number 12. Round 1 takes a little bit longer because we do an introduction to each specific team before we get underway. And that is why we go. We want to make sure that we are clear. This show will be done by 5 o'clock tonight, no matter what. That I assure you. So Tim and I are going to do our best to be brief-ish, but also making sure that we put the content that is deserving on a show like this. We spent
Interesting enough, I've just heard from someone claiming to be Benitez's agent who says nothing that we have heard so far is true.
Well,
there's just a lot of stuff going on.
I think we're going to need to, I think we're going to start needing to get some actual sources here, because I think that there's a lot of
these little green check marks here.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of fake news apparently going on. Montreal Expos will be up here. GT Sundown's organization maybe having their best season in their time of the rebirth of Les Expos. 77 wins last year. They're right in the neighborhood of that, but the good news is right now that would have them in second place. Maybe that's not so good news, but the ERA trending in the right direction. Offense has been a little challenging on their end, too. All-star Glenn Streamer, their former number 1 overall selection, a very respectable year. Third baseman Strawberry showing the power, even if the average is kind of middle of the road-ish. And getting a stellar year from Max Ortiz this season in center field. He's no more for the defense, but here he is offering some offense as well. On the pitching side, you've got Chad Cuff, who has been a notable winner in recent past. Dwight Kaida, 6-9 with a 3.92 ERA. And their youngster, John Will Wording, has himself a 5-win season with a 3.35 ERA. maybe just not getting a lot of help to getting the victory so far. The pen has some guys that have done decent. No one really sticking out that dominates here, as they don't really have a true save specialist that I can recall. My settings, I want all players here. Yeah, it's kind of a bullpen by committee here, if I recall correctly, although I think an injury to Dalbert Siri, who had 10 saves, and Joe Olney also are factored in there. On the farm, you have 4 players in the top 50, including a couple outfielders and Juan Castro and Stu Marr. Marr might be pushing for a bid here in the majors soon, and I don't know if he would try to be part of a call-up here. Denny Herring is another player in the top 100, just getting promoted to Triple-A. He was 8-2 with a 4.03, but he actually suffered a major injury, if I remember correctly. He had a career-ending injury that we had to re-roll. He is expected to miss at least 2 years, so we'll see if he ever has the ability to come back. But again, a top 10 organization in regards to the talent is down on the farm. What can the Expos do here in your mind? Try to go after someone who can help sooner rather than later, or kind of go after what they think would be best player on the board?
I'm kind of thinking best player available. Montreal and Portland are kind of like in the same boat for me, is that they have done all the right things. They've made all the moves to keep themselves just building and growing. Haven't pushed in a lot of chips to kind of force that. And I kind of see that just continuing here. If you look at the organizational rankings and kind of where things are, there are more questions around pitching than anything else, but there's a lot of that coming. So they have some options here. It's kind of hard for them to make a pick that would be, as long as they stay in the top portions of the draft.
All right, well, I just kind of gave it away, so here's your pick. Thought I was on our screen. Samuel Hodson, the high school senior out of Lincoln, California, is your selection here. Left-handed power, not necessarily a power bat, but a very good eye of plate awareness type of player. I think the plus with him is that he could probably play all outfield and maybe even be versatile. I don't say that in utility capacity, but I say that more in the fact that everybody thinks he could play very comfortable over at first due to his 6'4" frame, as well as that he does pretty well with covering his outfield assignments very well. I think the only question mark is his ability to throw and his tendency to have a questionable glove at times. But again, I like him if you think that you can play the long game here. So my only question mark with a Sam Hodson here for Montreal is, I just felt there was some better talent on the board that they could have gone after. Maybe this would have been a better spot for Rafi Benitez, who's still surprisingly on this board right now.
Yeah, we got a lot of outfielders that are still available who I would have picked before him. Hodson is a good player and was in our second tier. It's just he is a long-term development. He's only being 17. There's a long way to go. Could be potentially very good. I just think there's some folks here on this list that are a lot closer to being a impact player. We will see. I guess there's going to be some question from the Cagliones and the Chandler Simpsons of the world, like, what does it take to get picked here? But okay. And GT has done a very good job with his ball club, so I'm in no really position to be like, what? But
well, I think
I'm intrigued. This is the first pick that I'm like, okay.
Well, I think one thing that we didn't talk about very much on Hodson is that a lot of people do think he's a solid character type of player. So clubhouse presence and ability to benefit your fellow teammates around you might also be a factor in here. But again, not a player that I think we're talking about here next season or the season after that. I think he's got a lot more polish to work on. Maybe he proves us wrong, which is nothing wrong with that. But that's definitely where Sam Hodson is at this particular moment in time.
And he does comp to like a young Nick Markakis. So, we're not talking about a bust here. And like you say, the makeup is his strength. So.
Indeed. All right. So again, Sam Hodson is your selection here. And that was your 12th overall pick. Everyone hoping for me to screw up again. Now, first things first, I'd like to say I just saw Skip say, I've accepted I won't be drafted. Now, what do you mean? There's 870 players, 851 picks. No one creating a player here is not going to be one of the 19. That is a certain. But are you going to be drafted in these 3 rounds? Maybe that's what you're saying. So, again, your chances of being not being drafted are 0. It's just a matter of whether or not you get drafted in this live show, which only has 3 rounds. So 105 players will be selected here of 870 on today's show, assuming we can get to done before 5 o'clock. It is 10 past 1. Again, round 1 intentionally slower because we do a bit more extra pomp and circumstance. All right, let's go to pick number 13 here. Detroit Tigers are now up. Punk 42 AE's squad. Yep, thank you, Aiden. So Punk's squad coming in 50 wins this year. That's a game and a half back. They are competing right now.
Wear a bonnet.
Thank you, Benny. Let me write that down. Skip, you are going to get a boost for the gifted sub from Benny. And Punk just dropping 5 gifted subs at the same time. Much appreciated there, Punk. So again, 50-win season here for the Tigers, doing it a little bit in most ways, more maybe on the offensive and the bullpen front here. But excellent year from Jared Frankenstein, competing for a batting title right now. Otto Lopez, a .324 hitter with 15 homers himself. Don LaFay, maybe a little bit of a subpar year here for the one-time home run derby champion. Juan Alzagari actually has been a pretty decent season this year, too. Heck, Hank Peralta with 11 home runs. He's 15 is his career high, and we're only at the All-Star break right now. On the pitching side, Giannis Garbo continues to be the man with the plan at the front. A little bit of a backtrack year for Musa Vandenberg, Michael Moore, Corbin Martin here. Bullpen, I think setting up Colby Halter has been decent. And let's talk real quickly on Jorge Mercado. Just 80 career at-bats for the 24-year-old rookie from Mexico. And he has 11 home runs already. We saw one of those live here on a national broadcast game of the night. On the farm, just outside of the top 10 with 3 players in the top 50, including Nate Whitfield. Whitfield probably not necessarily ready to get to the majors this year, but maybe Josh Ballard just outside of the top, he's just inside the top 75, I should say, is doing all right. Some guy named Hobbs, just outside of the top 100, a lot of potential upside there from the straight shooter. And a few other players that are outside, inside the top 200, but maybe not necessarily ready to go here soon. So, Detroit, you see what we have here. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Trying to take over the world?
Well, that's tomorrow, Pinky.
Oh. Yeah, I could see a fit here for Benitez. Um, we've seen Hernandez a lot on Game of the Night, and it's always been like he surprises us when he actually does something positive. Um, Catching is definitely a need in the organization. That said, they also have a lot of other uh, gaps here too that they could fill. But Benitez has got to go soon because I don't think he's going to fall much further. He's at that point where you draft him and you just kind of hope you can work through all the makeup issues that he may have.
Well, he would have definitely had several Ben Roethlisberger in the green room moments if he was in the green room, because we still don't know where the whereabouts of Benitez would be. But even so, let's just play if we go in a different direction, if it's not Benitez, what would you think would be the next play, the next great option?
I want to feel like there's some pitching here that's kind of high up on the board as well. You've also got some outfielders, like Leary, and Steve Hester is still available.
Yep.
It's Leslie O'Brien and Chris Boyson are still here. Nate Petrich.
I like him. Yep.
Yeah.
But
So
again,
it's kind of hard to go wrong here.
Again, you did say, though, you didn't feel that there was generational talent at that specific position this year, either at first or even at the hot corner here. So.
No, and I mean, and it's a bit of a reach to pick a first baseman this high in a draft, because you're pretty much limiting yourself. The generational players tend to move towards the middle of the diamond at this level. But who knows?
All right. Well, let's not keep you waiting any longer. 13th pick of the draft. Detroit Tigers took Roy Hobbs last year. Let's see where they go this year. Well, it will be Rafi. The 5'7", 210 pounds Dominican native. Got to change one thing that is a blemish here on my part. That's my mistake, but it's fixed now. The 5'7" senior from UCLA. Generational defensive talent. A lot of comparison, I believe, to Pudge Rodriguez because he was also short and stocky. But on the offensive side, a lot of belief that this is a guy who will be a high average, high on-base percentage type of talent. I guess the one thing that we are already seeing is he the type that plays well with others? Or is he all about himself? Is he going to help or hinder his team would be the question mark here. What's your take on Rafi here, Tim?
And I think all of those early grades on that have definitely cost him some money and some position. Probably the best player on the board. Defensively, especially, terrific arm, and just has the good mechanics as a catcher. His pitching staffs will immediately see the benefit from it. I think the real question is, will he have the ability to figure it out for himself? Because that's kind of the way he goes about it, as opposed to getting professional instruction and learning from that. We'll see. And maybe we're overblowing this. I feel like the talent level is there. And as long as he doesn't have a bunch of guys like-minded and start a little grump fest, I think he should be okay.
So here will be my other question that I would ask of you. Assuming Rafi signs on the dotted line, a lot of people think that he is one of those players that is ahead of the curve of others in his talent level or right now. That he has the talent. We'll ignore the mindset, we'll ignore the character risk right now.
Happy draft day.
Does he have the talent to crack a 2034 roster? For me, I don't think he shows up this year. So my question is he that close to being in the majors at this point? Is that why there's so much hype around the extracurricular?
I think it's the kind of thing where the defense is good enough where right now, yes. I'm looking at his ratings, and you could talk me into like a high A for this season and see how it goes. I'm also thinking of Hurry Quake, and again, just from the pure talent perspective, not the makeup, who the bat is always going to be playing secondary to the defensive skills. I think you could make that case for Rafi. So yeah, talent-wise, he could be there.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I'm either way, I'm hyped for the future of what a Rafi Benitez can mean in a league that already has such very impressive catchers. You've got the Thurmans of the world. You've got the Candelas of the world. You now got the Loki Swaymans of the world, amongst many others. And if you weren't named, don't take it personally. It is all about a position.
Leon Carter.
Leon Carter, the number one overall pick. Look, I just irritated Tim. If he leaves, you know why. So it is going to be very interesting to see the role he plays. A few years from now, we're either talking about a very overhyped player. I can't believe 12 other teams passed on him, or he could be the next. It's the wrong sport, but he could be the next Ricky Williams. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? It could be very interesting to see how he will turn. All right. That is pick number 13. Let's go. And, well, we're going to stay in the Central here. We'll now introduce Aiden Pearson's Minnesota Twins. Twins, a game over 500 here. 5 games back between both the Tigers and the White Sox currently. Hello.
Pop stars sent. Tim's MLB draft takes age like gas station sushi.
Oh, that's a bad visual.
Every year he says this guy has bust written all over him, and 6 months later that player is hitting .320 while Tim is pretending he always liked the upside.
Yeah. It's not lost on me that Gilbert is dead.
Oh, with my illness, that one just took out my throat there. Oh, my. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Pop. Thank you, Tim, for killing my my health, and I'm trying not to blow snot out my nose here as I'm just praying the Claritin D will stay, hold on, baby. It's like Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon, baby, hold together. All right. All right, Minnesota Twins. Again, third place in the division, 5 games out, still competing here in the playoffs. Getting great talent. They brought in Pearson. Kent Herbeck came in as a free agent, living up to the hype. They put butts in seats with bringing in Mr. Every Home Run is history and Mike Trout. Just a .220 average, but 14 more additional knocks on history as Mike Trout now with 834 career Major League home runs in his prestigious career. A lot of people expecting, or he will be retiring at the end of this season, so we'll see where the final number goes. But I see several names on here that I could say, well, that could be a very replaceable player here at any time in the form of, say, the veteran Aaron Cross, Kevin Milligan, heck, even Charlie O'Connor. The shine has come off of Charlie Two Bags here of late. And, of course, you also have Jose Ramirez, who's also expected to retire here soon. Pitching staff, I would have originally told you that if you put Mark Maisonneuve into a rotation when the last time he pitched in the majors was 2027, then I would have said you must be trying to tank with a number 1 overall selection and that you are working with, smoke and mirrors, Dixie cups, Gorilla Glue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But he's 5-1 with a 3.5 ERA. Did people forget how Maisonneuve pitches, apparently?
Apparently.
Billy Slocum's doing all right. Daniel Ferreira, we think there's more that will come from him. Tommy Migliazzo is doing decent in the closer's role right now. They did lose Mike Harden, who was having a nice, respectable year with a 3 ERA. He might be questionable to even show up the rest of this season. So definitely a team that could use some help on the front. We'll see whether or not they're going to do any trading here. But while on the farm, kind of middle of the road here right now. We're just in the 1/3 category. Junior Caminero is looking like a really possible talent. I just don't know if he's going to be replacing a Ken Herbeck Jr. here anytime soon. Xerxes Nelnom, just outside of the top 25. He's down an A+ with a mid-4 ERA. Probably not going to go far this year. Sean Davis might be somebody who, if they want to fast track him from AA, since he's got 9 wins and a 3.25 ERA, and a couple of other names just in the top 200. This is a team that does have players like a Kyle Teal, a real life player, a Josh Swan, and also players like a Charles Schmidt. He was a big name in the 1.0 universe as well, but he is way down on the list here. So I kind of am, I don't know. This is a team that I would say, if I'm in charge of it, I'm probably going after somebody who could benefit me much quicker. So I'm probably going with some form of senior on the college side versus, say, a high school senior here right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I'd be in agreement with you. This is and I don't mean this as it's going to sound, so watch out. The way this roster is constructed reminds me of an expansion team trying to be competitive right now while we're waiting for their draft capital to build. There's a lot of older players in key positions, some stars for attendance purposes, and we're really just kind of hoping to keep the wheels spinning until the draft helps us out. And yes, I feel like you're saying there's some players at this point who really fit that bill, whether it's pitchers or hitters, somebody 21, 22 who we're going to see in like a couple of years. So yeah, that's what I would be looking for here as well.
All right. Well, let's not waste any further time. Let's introduce our selection here by the Minnesota Twins at number 14. It will be Bubba Chandler. Roy Bubba Chandler, real life player currently with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I find this one is an interesting one here because you could play this from a couple of ways. Now, he was a solid player playing here for the North Oconee High School squad at Bogart, Georgia here as we now look at Bubba Chandler, 6'3", 205-pound right-hander. Actually, I wouldn't classify him as a two-way player, but I would say if you're in a pinch, a guy who has a little bit of ability based on what some scouts have said, because he's comfortable as a switch hitter that he has shown in his time, in his high school time. Again, I would not put any assumption there that this is suddenly a two-way player here. Bubba Chandler looks like the kind of player that you either think you'll get a respectable career out of him now, or you got him because you think that he's going to be better than he actually is and that he's a re-rate candidate here in the not-too-distant future as you take a peek at him. A traditional 4, the fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, probably two predominant pitches that he can throw. Everything else grades out as average to above average, although a lot of people think that he could really whip up the velocity and really become more of a strikeout pitcher at a major league level. Tim?
Yeah, he's got a lot more development to do than I would have expected this pick here. This feels like a reach to me, but as you said, re-rate, that definitely feels like that's the goal here for this. Chandler is good. He's got solid velocity. He's going to have 2 elite pitches. The question is going to be how quickly can he get that third pitch up to the level of his top 2? The velocity looks to be topping out potentially at 99. He would definitely need to get that for this pitching profile. I don't hate it. It's just there are other pitchers that are here that are probably closer to being helpful. So I've got to think re-rate is the goal here.
I want to agree with you because right now what I think, again, younger. So if he was 22, then this would have made more sense for where this team's needs are now.
Yeah.
Unless they are playing a bit more of a long game and not trying to necessarily go for it. Again, don't know how Minnesota fans will feel about that. Don't know how Twins fans in general will feel about this pick. Sounds like both you and I are in agreement that this was a pick we thought we would say towards the back half of today's show. Still in the first 3 rounds, but not here at 14.
Yeah, I mean, Leslie O'Brien exists in this draft pool, and I'm like, that would have been I could definitely buy that quicker than Chandler.
Yeah, and he also,
for the immediate need.
It was also noted he gave up the 457-foot bomb off the bat over the batter's eye, wasn't it, there yesterday against Bryce Harper in real life? So again, you got to factor that in when we talk about real life players. We are talking about, that type of potential because we do give that ability to do 1 re-rate.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. All right. Well, we're getting to number 15. Let's move on to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Pirates, of course, under Kenny Lindbergh. This is a team that won 2027, 2028. Oh, I double checked on the list. Let me see if I got a message here. All right. No, just the way you put that, I wasn't sure if you're saying that I selected someone else. I'm very meticulous on making sure I pick the first available player off of the list in the order that it was sent at. But anyway, Pittsburgh Pirates won back-to-back World Series back in 27 and 28. They are trying to reestablish that talent level. As you see, the last few years have been a little bit of trying. Fell off. 10 wins were lost last year. But again, the team is still improved on the pitching, and it's one of the best things that they have to offer. To 3.88 earned run average here at this point. So right away we look at the bullpen. Youngsters like Amari Golston have done really well here. You didn't put a lot of expectation on the 27-year-old right-hander, but he really turned out really well here. Brad Tewksbury, Ben Spears, 32 years young now with a 7-win season, 3.82 ERA. That's more than almost a run and a half better than he did with the Rays and Twins last season. Bruce Wayne looking more like the Dark Knight he once was as he really fell off for a while.
Cat? I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, and I dance.
Draft me.
You don't have a player, VR. You don't have a player in this draft. But we talked about Ziggy Deacon earlier. Bo Burrows.
Not how any of this works.
Burrows, when his arm stays gorilla glued on, he has performed at least average. Maybe he can do a little bit better. Always a lot of potential that was thought of in Bo. And then Jared Jones with a 3.29 ERA. Steve Parkinson, another all-star year for him. 17 saves, 2.89 ERA. And maybe the bullpen might be the one question mark that we have here. Let me look on the offensive side. The bus, Jerome Bettis, with 18 homers so far. Stone Cold Steve Austin, 15 homers, but the average is dropping down. Barry Bonds, what happened to him here? He's about 45 points off of last season, and the slugging percentage is south of 400. That is absolutely not expected from Bonds at all. On the farm, kind of right in the middle of the whole league right now, Reed Pose, of course, was drafted last season. Kieran Donnelly looks like an offensive dynamo. They could probably take a gamble with him now if they really were tired of the mix of Dave Spitzer and Tony Courtney over at short. In the top 100 is the 19-year-old Luis Amano. And then just inside of the top 200, Brendan Adams, although Brendan not looking like he's ready to threaten any of the outfielders here in Pittsburgh for the moment. Has some more seasoning to do in AAA. For me, I'm kind of uncertain which way I would go if I was a Pirate. You have good pitching right this moment, but you know what do they say? You never have enough good pitching. Offense seems to be the question mark, so I guess right now I'd be trying to go after a guy who can make immediate dividends here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think that's the call. Try to get the best available who is playing, who's ready to go. Whether that's offense or pitching, I'm fine with. I'm looking at a. Wait a minute, I lost my place. No, I'm looking at a Jesse Lusk. Third baseman, a Matt Radke, third base. I think they could go provide some offense. There's plenty of old enough pitching as well, and I've seen some things in the chat about some of the question marks around some of the higher rated pitchers that are still left on the board, and I get it. So there are a lot of options here, and again, it's one of these things where if you stay near the top of the board, you'll be okay. So.
All right, well, let me make sure I've got my ducks in a row here. I feel that I am good. Feel, that doesn't mean anything. All right, with that, let's go to our 15th overall selection here in the first round of the 2033 eMLB Amateur Draft. Pirates have loved those community-created players even under Kenny Littenberg, and Slade Cutter is a freshman from the University of Missouri, and Cutter will be selected here. It's Cutter times CCP. The 19-year-old from Kansas City, Missouri, a freshman, 23 bombs this year for Missouri, including 17 doubles, 57 runs driven in, and also stole 20 bags this year as well. Really impressive overall profile. A lot of scouts have really said definitely not somebody who's going to maybe mind boggle you with his defense, but again, an adequate outfielder for the majors who has good presence on plate awareness, should be able to put bat on ball an awful lot. They think the power will continue to develop, especially as he showed here in his freshman year. He decided to take his agent's advice and jump out on to the scouts, making himself eligible this season. Slade Cutter, hoping to be a part of the future of Pittsburgh's success here over the past few years. Cutter taken here with the 15th pick. Tim, what's your take on Slade Cutter?
I like the player. I don't know what to make of why they thought they needed it, why Pittsburgh needed it. Good kid, and I think, the thing that I really worry about with this profile is avoiding the strikeouts. Now he's a CCP, and he is I used to know. Let me get his profile real quick. Good hit tool. Feel like this is a bit of a reach for this. I think he would have been available in later rounds. He's an anomaly. Okay, maybe that's why. But
anomalies are loved characters.
They are. I'm just struggling to make sense of this for Pittsburgh at this moment, I guess is what I'm saying. Okay. But I do like the player.
Yeah. I think he will be a good player overall. Cutter seems to absolutely love what we do here, and of course, we want to make sure it's your presence in the league that often gets you the attention on whether or not you'll be here. So the belief that you'll still be here several months later after your player was first drafted makes a real difference.
Kennyleberg sent. It's bad when people think I know baseball better than so-called insider Tim Lowry. Who is he to question why my friend Captain Jack's favorite team does what it does? I bet this Cutter kid will become the second best pirate ever behind my buddy Captain Jack. Gosh, some of these Tim takes are rough. Time to tell Mickey and Donald to go handle business.
Oh, boy. I've seen those memes about Mickey and Donald handling business, so yikes.
I'm catching strays from Goofy.
Yes,
Damn.
You're catching strays from Goofy, indeed. Yeah, you know you have succeeded in life when you are catching strays from a Disney character, right?
I've never felt more like Mel Kiper without the hair. I need a wig.
Oh, dear God.
I just heard from Cutter's agent that unlike some of the other players who have been picked, wherever he goes, he will sign.
Awesome.
So he's already got the pen out. So
sounds like it is success. Of course, Pittsburgh has to return the favor. We should real quickly on an aside. We should real quickly remind that if for any reason a player does not sign within the first 3 rounds, then the GMs will still get a compensation pick for it. It'll be the same round, the same pick plus 1. So hypothetically, if Rafi Benitez does not sign with the Tigers will get an extra first-round pick next year. It will be since it was pick 13, it'll be the 14th overall pick. That's how that technically works. So it works both ways. People could be like, oh, the GMs get the advantage. Oh, the players get the advantage. That's how the system works. We're emulating real-life baseball. In fact, we're being nice because there's 3 rounds of comp picks, and now in real life, there's only 2. So
hearing from Detroit's management that no lesser a light than Lance Parrish has been reaching out and talking with Rafi, trying to make sure the transition goes smoothly. So we'll see.
Old friend Lance Parrish.
Well,
yes. The Tigers guy in Backfield's media is Tim Lowry. Loving bringing up that reference there. All right, let's go on to the number 16 pick. That is your Los Angeles Dodgers, a day 1 general manager, which means since this thing was created back in July of 2000, this guy's been a part of the universe, minus a small little gap when he found us because we kept trying to find him and we weren't getting him. But Chris Holland from the Los Angeles Dodgers, one of our most successful 1.0 general managers, he's got the Dodgers in a good place. They are just a game out, 3rd in the division in a highly competitive National League West. West might be trying to become the King Ghidra 3-headed monster of eMLB now here with the way that this season has been going for them. So Dodgers historically are very streaky, but solid offensive team, 251 average here at this point, while also sporting a 4.05 starting ERA. So again, a good team for all of its various talents that it has. You got real-life names like Gunnar Henderson doing his thing. You also have 1.0 players like Charlie Moore, the mad shortstop, doing their thing. Champ Bell, who only had a very limited career in the 1.0 era, he has far and away exceeded that. Sorry, Tim keeps watching me try to get stuff off my nose. There's flying lint or something here. It's hard enough.
I keep smacking my screen.
Oh, okay. But Champ Bell having a good career. It's his first year as a Dodger. The Mariners will benefit for that signing here with one. They've got 2 supplemental picks in the supplemental first round. Jim Giesler, Mike Meredith, Domingo Acevedo. Again, average or a little better than average. Ryan McGuire, community credit player, doing pretty well with 17 homers and a 267 average. Same for Dwayne Elizondo Camacho, Mountain Dew himself with a 260 average, and he is already 2 home runs away from how many he hit last season. Dodgers don't have a very deep organization for help, organizational help. They do have DJ Van Ness rated 28th overall. Not going to cover off the ball in A-ball, but still a ways away. Jorge Saucedo is just outside the top 50. He has not played yet this year. To be determined as Schnee's community credit player, he is in the top 200, has 21 saves in Double-A. A lot of people think he could possibly get a peak this year, but more likely to be a player on the roster next season. Mike Reeder is in the majors right now, getting a little opportunity with just 15 games and a 212 average. That is what the Dodgers currently have to sport with. So now question over to Tim. You got a team with a veteran general manager. He's got a good ability to find talent and make it work to his benefit here. What would you likely be looking at here at this point?
As part of my getting ready to duck.
Quack.
Steve Hester sitting out here. I feel like outfield is the biggest need in terms of organizationally. But your point's valid. This is somebody who has built a team, is very good at crafting it from the ground up, and seems to have a plan. I would think best available would be the go here. Possibly even pitching. I mean, because there are some good pitchers left. So, and there's some good CCPs that could make a difference on this club ultimately.
Okay. And there's still plenty of those out there too. So we won't keep you any further. Let's introduce who pick number 16 is here in round number 1. R2 just ran us over here, though nobody saw that. It is the junior from BYU. It is 21-year-old tall, 6'6" right-hander Mike Clark will be taken here by the Dodgers. We take the peek at his profile. 11-3 this past year with a 2.09 earned run average in 19 starts. He had 143 strikeouts in that time. Well, people think he could be still developing 6 different pitch arsenal. He likes to throw a very eclectic assortment. So it might be fair to say he won't master any one particular pitch, but he'll keep you guessing enough that is probably a part of the added allure for him. Maybe he'll, a lot of scouts are realistically saying he probably will give you average control, so he'll have his share of walks. He won't be an absolute massive strikeout artist unless he can really ramp up the velo or specialize on any of these pitches that he offers. But a guy who's a pure workhorse, just give me the ball. And seems like he does not have a lot of injury-based issues. So I think he's a good selection here, Tim. But do you think he was the best player for the Dodgers at this moment with what's out there?
I really like this for them, although Clark was not very high on my board overall for pitchers. I mean, he was like second rounder. But a 6-pitch mix with high stamina, going to keep the ball in the park. I also really started to appreciate guys who are, as they come up, their fastball is their dominant, but it ultimately ends up being the secondary pitches that become their primary. If 3 of these 6 end up being out pitches, you've got a great starter here with all the other things in play. Can field his position, throws it heavy, will touch 97 ultimately, and 56% ground ball rate currently. Feels like a hidden gem. I think it's perfect fit for this organization.
Awesome. I like the pick. You could argue there might have been some slightly other options that could have fit a little bit better here. But if you are in the position the Dodgers are, that you feel like you've got a good grip on some things, even if you might be a little light in the farm system, maybe you can take, the time that might be as soon to be here, because I don't think Clark is someone that we see until he reaches maybe 24 here at this particular point in the game.
Yeah. And again, it's that trend, and some of this has to do with out of the park's engine, where the overpowering stuff doesn't dominate the top of the pitching classes the way it used to, and it's more about keeping the ball in the park and hitting your corners. So, very good pick.
All right, awesome. Before I forget, it was Michael Fish. I had to make sure I knew who to give the biddies to there. Michael, thank you for the biddies. I didn't know who ran us over with R2, so. My sheet is full, guys. I cannot thank you guys enough for your support. And, of course, this guy is going to be receiving a portion of that. We have put in an awful lot of time. We hope you are enjoying this broadcast, even if this round one feels a little long. That's the whole idea behind it. A little pomp and circumstance. You'll feel a little bit more of this as we get into round number 2. All right. Nashville Stars will be making their first pick. Now, this is their first season that they are in our majors. But Eddie Sunder and Cody Koshin got to pick last year. I wonder if you felt that you would have thought Nashville would have been a game under 500 here at this point, Eddie. Tim. I had Eddie on the brain.
No, I would not have. It's been as a matter of fact, when I made that comment about Minnesota earlier, it was Nashville I was kind of thinking about, where they've built this team to be competitive enough to draw fans in the seats and things like that. So yeah, it's been a good run for them.
Shout out to Capricorns everywhere.
Yo.
So as we look at this squad, they did bring in the suspense Nick Spence. He has been playing phenomenally since coming over. Just 27 games with the Stars. He's hitting .282 with 9 home runs already. 300 points higher with his slugging percentage than he was with the Yankees. I guess you can't. The pressure of playing for your hometown team was a little too great for the 31-year-old. The pressure is off, and he's just playing ball once again. Again, they took some gambles this offseason when they did the expansion draft, bringing in guys like Dwayne Johnson. Their first overall pick, Mike Valentine, seems to be doing adequate enough on the defensive side, but not much of an offensive hype. I would have wondered if Rafi Benitez might have been the pick here if he got that far. On the front, the Scottish screwball, Marty McCleary, you took an expensive gamble bringing him in. Mid-4 ERA. Same for veteran Wanda Paula, although not anywhere near the same price. Andy Lugo having an all-star year, deservedly so, 7-3, 2.73 ERA. And Ambrose Howard with 14 saves and a mid-2 ERA. Again, when we're talking a team that's just starting out, you expect there's plenty of things to fill. They're dead last in most offensive categories. The starters are doing great, but the bullpen is not. On the farm, a lot of work to do. Again, they only had one season of drafting so far. Maybe some hope in guys like Brian Bale, although he's really sticking up a joint in real life. Bum. Then you've got nobody in the top 100, so you've got to think whoever they'll bring in here will definitely give some potential upside. That's just the question. What do you do when you are in your first season? Are you trying to really go quick, or do you really want to build deeper?
Feels like they're trying to go quick. So this would suggest either to me a college player or a CCP. Because of the speed in which a CCP can make it. As far as where they need, I think shortstop is the real key, or at least on the infield is the key. Anthony Volpe is their shortstop right now. He's a solid 33rd out of 34, and the organizationally they're also 34th in that. So I feel like shortstop or somewhere around there is kind of what they need.
All right. Well, I won't. Pop. Jesus, Pop. Remember, you got to make decisions on the fly here in a bit, Pop.
She did.
Don't be dropping any 2020 selections here, and we're talking 20 current, 20 potential rating players. That will be absolute loss selections. Just thinking out loud. All right. I think we are mostly ready. Let me get you. All right, I have our selection ready to go. Let's introduce the Nashville Stars, officially halfway point of the first round. They will go with another community-created player. It is the CCP of First Responder Poet, fellow firefighter. My son would be here saying things that, Daffy would absolutely get, revenge on later. So we'll leave it at that. But Stylianos Riorsan from Athens, Greece, has been selected here with the 17th pick. He is a freshman from Columbia University, a 277 hitter this year, 23 doubles, 6 triples, 11 home runs. A pretty decent defender over at third. They think there's a lot of additional upside there. More of a line drive type of hitter is our understanding on the profile. Should probably be able to hit for above average and get the extra base doubles. Probably more of a teens type of home run hitter for a position historically known for power. But, again, any CCP always is an X factor in eMLB. This is a 19-year-old kid who could be... He doesn't have a lot of resistance with the current squad over at the hot corner if all you have is Nick Spence and Dwayne Johnson at this particular point of their careers.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a future pick. I like the move for this. Relatively new to baseball, so the hitting tool is a little behind. The fielding is almost feels like it's just natural. Good character player, and with the CCP and being a line drive specialist, this batting rating is going to come up. Could see this being a 280 to 300 hitting player in the major leagues. And with the good defense at a hot corner, this is a very nice pick for Nashville.
Best pick ev, says First Responder.
I won't go that far, but I can understand the enthusiasm.
Yeah, we do love the enthusiasm. Again, when you are new to our community, we love that if we can make your day just a little bit better with a moment like that. Because again, we're hoping that you realize there is extremely strong potential. As long as I am alive and on this side of the ground and this is useful to people, why would I want to stop doing this? I'm having so much fun doing it. I've been doing it already for a quarter century. I'll be trying to do it when I'm hitting 50. Hopefully not sounding like that, though. Because then I'll be threatening to gum y'all to death when you give me a hard time. So we hope you enjoy it and have your moment. And again, we could still be talking about you 5 and 10 years from now. Very possible. Absolutely possible. All right. We got the Nashville Stars first pick in their first season. It's not their first pick again. It's just their first pick of this draft. Now we will look at the other expansion team in the San Antonio Missions. Now the Missions might be playing a bit more of the long game than the Nashville Stars are. They're stealing just fine, but Cody Koshin's loved having a stealing game most of his career there. 32 wins this season. There are some positives in a Jaime DeCanter, 288 average, 18 homers. They took some gambles on players like C.J. Abrams that might not have worked out so well. They took some gambles on players like Robbie Clark. That seems like it's going okay. And again, on the pitching side, several players that are in the mid-fours. Chris Rodriguez, who was the opening day starter and the first ever pitcher for the Missions in eMLB, relegated to the pen now with 6 saves, as there are 3 different players with 3 or more saves so far. Farm, a little bit better stocked than Nashville was realistically. But again, that helps when you have a top 10 player in Juan Carballo. But he is a 17-year-old youngster who's living up to his hype so far in A-ball, hitting .345 with a .526 slugging percentage. Craig Coles could be a possible factor on the Major League squad here sooner rather than later, hitting in the mid-250s down in Triple-A. And Cody Bradford's getting an opportunity to show what he can do in the major leagues at the back end of the rotation right now. So, again, not a lot of, one top 10 talent that probably inflates the major league ranking, or the minor league system ranking, excuse me. And maybe not as much depth, possibly. So, if you are in this spot, Tim, what looks good to you?
I would, with an expansion team, I would be looking for pitching. But knowing Cody's tendencies, I'm probably looking for a speed first player. Chandler Simpson is on the board, who is like our number one.
That might be a future re-rate candidate right now, because I got to watch him live, and holy crap. But, at first I was like, oh, geez, he's like D. Gordon. You're just a slap hitter, and he'll get you a home run maybe once every blue moon. But all of a sudden, that dude flying around the bases going for a triple was like, man, makes it look effortless. And I thought Jarren Duran was the only guy who could do that. Simpson does it better.
Yeah. There's some other players, too. Josh Inman. There's some infielders who are fast. Wait a minute, where was I? I'm not gonna search for him anymore. But pitching is they're gonna have to build up the staff in order to be competitive. This is a team that is 3-4 years away, and it is clear that Cody is following his process for building this team. So curious to see what he does.
All right. Well, Missions on a mission to announce their number one pick. Let's see what they take. Missions will select senior 22-year-old Josh Inman, outfielder from, he played for Minnesota State University in Mankato, Minnesota. A .304 average with 10 homers and 52 runs driven in. Phenomenal speed, or they say it's top-tier speed. The question is that he just seems, once he gets up to speed, he's good, but he doesn't have the explosive first step is the real knock on him. But he seems to be an absolute offensive presence in regards to a guy that you might be able to rely on a table setter if you're not looking for 50 steals, but you want a guy that will run and run well, or can get himself in scoring position for the bigger thumpers. I would probably consider him more of a right fielder based on the scouting reports I've reviewed versus a center fielder in his college time, at least when he's playing much better talent. But this is a guy who probably is a season or two away, so I've got to think it won't take long for Josh Inman to make a presence in San Antonio. Of course, the first thing you can say when you're thinking San Antonio is if you take a left-hander with the very spacious right field here at US Bank Park, you're not really getting a guy for the power, and Inman's not a real power guy. So I've got to think they take a guy like this factoring in where they're playing half their season at.
Yeah, he's a good fit for the park. He's definitely going to hit first or maybe second. I would like to see the base running and the steal start to bump up a little bit. He's got good aggressiveness and is looking to steal a base. I think he just needs to fine tune the mechanics, and I hope that will come through the organization. He's a hardworking kid. The thing that I like the most is that he's going to put the bat on the ball. Not just a high contact profile, but also avoid strikeouts. We'll probably see major league time sooner rather than later because he's leaning on those secondary skill sets, and the bat will follow. Could see him ultimately lead the league in triples one year, especially in that park.
Huh. Okay. All right. That's fair, but yeah, we're just talking about a Chandler Simpson. Would think that if Simpson was selected here, we would have said the same thing. And he did. Inman did have 16 triples. We didn't point that out. He had 56 extra base hits. Only 10 were homers, 30 doubles, 16 triples. That's why I think a guy like an Inman will be a very nice selection in US Bank Park. We'll see if the triples will be a part of that story, though.
Okay. Won't be the only thing I'm wrong about in this draft.
New York Mets will be our next place. X DeForest, hello there, sir. I got your +3 redemption. Wrote it down. Thank you. New York Mets. Those amazing Mets. Keeps wondering when they'll be amazing at this particular point, I would assume. Denbrew continuing to try to figure out the right mix. Downtown Billy Anderson, I would say, is definitely a down year. Two-way star Jinwoo Kim from Danny Smith Jr. doing what he needs to do. Right in the middle of the lineup, hitting .280 with 12 homers, while also when he plays on the mound, 6-8 with a 4.13 ERA. No real player, I think, is hurting themselves in regards to their presence in the rotation right now. Maybe hoping Shota Imanaga would be a little bit better than he is to this point. Maybe the bullpen is where the question marks most are at. Statsmonger, CCP, Fred Rogers does have the 12 saves, but at the cost of a mid-5 ERA, so not overly efficient there in that. And again, I got to think some down years from players like Danny Diaz, Trish Jackson are hurting the Mets to be 7 games under 500 and way off the pace in a tough NL East that has Philadelphia at the front of it. Farm system, well, not a lot to talk about. One player in the top 100, and it is a reliever who's doing 16 starts, but he grew up a reliever. He's trying to transition, and it looks like it's okay. That's down an A-ball. How's he going to do at higher levels? There's 2 other players in the top 200 at this moment. Tristan Casas might not be in the top 200, but man, is he looking promising. So maybe that is what's going to help the Mets here as they are 91 games into their season. They brought in Tristan Casas since 9 homers, 22 runs driven in, and a .279 average. So at least that might be something that will help them out here. But they need more than just the Tristan Casas. Right this moment, how would you play it if you were the Mets GM here, Tim?
Yeah, I'm thinking looking organizationally, middle infield could really use some help. So could center field. So it's the up the middle is what they ultimately need. Gabriel Brown is sitting there. Could be a potential shortstop.
Okay. Yep.
For them. That said, I think that might be a bit of a reach at this point. So kind of open to see what they do with it. There's still some good pitching available. Like you said, the bullpen could use some help. There's some highly rated bullpen arms here. So maybe that's the move.
All right. Well, let's not waste any further time. On to the 19th pick of the 2033 eMLB Amateur Draft. They will go after the starter, junior Jim Raymond. We've been talking about him a little bit here. The Wayne, New Jersey native, stayed local, played for NJIT. 9-2 this past year with a 2.56 ERA. A ground baller who a lot of people think he has the ability to ramp up the velocity a little bit more. So an explosive fastball already. A lot of guys that think that if he can develop the velo a little bit more, he'll be able to maintain above average control. I've seen a lot of scouts be conflicted on this. A lot of people grade him to be better than what the OSA scouting system believes. And a lot of that might have to do that he just has a high functioning motor. He is a frequent guy who will be involved and put in an extra work. So it doesn't hurt to have guys like that might be able to pull up the rest of the players around him. Jim Raymond here, taken by the Mets. What do you feel on a selection like this, and where do you think his role as a Met will be?
When you watch the fastball with Raymond coming straight over the top, I could see the Mets thinking of this guy as like Doc Gooden.
Okay.
Where the struggle for me comes in at is the secondary pitches, the sinker, the changeup, are not as far along advanced for someone who's 21 as I would like to see, but the potential is there. And with his ability and with his willingness to work, it's going to come down to, does he get the good instruction? He already hits his corners. He's got the speed. We project him to top out at around 98. And with that arm slot, he should be successful. If one of those two pitches does not come up, you're looking at a very good reliever. So I don't think it's a risk in terms of his ability to pitch. It's just where he's going to slot in ultimately, depending on how his pitches improve.
If you think that might be a hypothetical worst case scenario, then that might sound like a possible wasted first pick if he does not develop those secondary pitches, or possibly even adds an additional pitch down the road here. I don't know. Again, we've talked about Raymond. We've both felt that he definitely had the potential or would be deserving of a first-round pick. But again, it definitely feels like that you might think that there's a little extra risk with that specific selection.
I'm more worried about the changeup than the sinker. I mean, because it's like you don't want hitters sitting for a particular speed, because he's going to get beat up even at the high minors. He's going to run into struggles.
Correct.
If he can start getting that changeup over effectively, I've got less concern. That will be the thing.
All right. We will segue over to the Miami Marlins now. That is Flying WV's organization. I would like to point out that Flying has been very vocal with me about a game plan on what he had to do and what he felt that an organization that has very little financial flexibility at this moment in time will try to make the best of what he can do. So I applaud that effort. I applaud the game plan. Even if you then drop your jaw and see how much money was spent on Yoshinobu Yamamoto, you don't get many 25-year-old aces that you can compete for in free agency, and that was the case. But be that as it may, I'd like to just take this quick moment to just say that when a general manager has a plan and it might involve making some transition that maybe a community credit player might have been involved on, all I would ask is for kindness and understanding. We're doing this for fun. Hopefully it's taken in fun and not taken personally, and that we'll say it's a business, but it's a fun business of trying to enjoy and have fun constantly. Let's just make sure that we keep it in a healthy and productive and positive light. I don't want to bring up anything further than that, except that I do know that there was a little bit of maybe some hurt feelings, and I want to leave it at that and move on, and just say, let's keep it positive and keep it healthy when we do the fun stuff that we do here. Appreciate you giving me that moment. On to Miami. Marlins, well, they took a big gamble on Yoshinobu Yamamoto, but they really were very vocal on why they felt that they could take such a gamble. It hasn't been terrible. Again, is it $81 million? Probably not. But 6-6, 3.55 ERA is what they've got for a player that they can rely on for years and probably still has additional upside in the youngster real-life community credit player that, you could technically re-rate if you ever really had to do a get-out-of-jail-free card. Doesn't hurt. He is a top 12 prospect, and what we keep talking about, he's only paid for 10 years at $540 million. Declining scale, of course, so that's probably a wise decision. It did earn him an all-star nomination this year, and he fronts a squad that has Jorge Galasso, Mike Click, Click, Boom, one of my favorite names to call, Juan Loaiza, and on the offensive side, maybe no names that really stick out. Leland Sunders, not known to be an offensive dynamo. Woodrow Mesa in his second year. Again, a lot of question marks that you will see on the offensive side. There's no one there that a pitcher says, this guy's going to murder me on a regular basis. But Here's where the story gets good. For the changes the Marlins did with trading off some of their superstar talent in Eric Von Cola, Red Dit, they brought in some phenomenal, as in two, not just one, but two, top 5 prospects in Chris Eastman and Chris Blanco. Both are tearing up A-plus ball and will likely be moving up a bit further here.
Popstars asked me,
hold on.
What do Rink Tim's opinion is worth when he hates on Axel Von Doom? Well, if Tim's hating on Axel Von Doom, that opinion's worth about $12 and a stale coffee. Could be he's seeing something real. Could be he's just talking out of his ass. I'd need the scouting report, the stats, and maybe a second opinion before I pay full price.
Oh, dear God.
Best I can do is $20. And that's me being generous.
I'm probably very generous, Tim. Oh, my.
Wow.
Oh. All right.
I hope when I meet my new boss that he will raise somebody's interest rate personally.
Oh, God, dear Lord. The entertainment factor here. This is why we do what we do. We have absolute fun with it. And we love the added flavor of what Tangia provides. If you're like, what the heck is going on here? Well, that is the use of Tangia that is entertaining you with all kinds of silliness. Well, $20.
Wow. Hey, $20 is $20. I heard that somewhere.
Well, if your opinion is worth about $20, you know, most other people's opinions are only worth about 2 bits. For those who don't know how much that's worth, GTS, Google that, you know what. On to the Marlins. So if there's one thing that the Marlins traded, they traded a stellar proven talent who could benefit from that trade on a team that could win more now, i.e. Colorado, and really have a huge upside for the future. I mean, you've got 3 players in the top 11 prospects, all dominating A-plus ball and likely going to continue to march towards the majors here sooner. There are 6 Marlins in the top 100, and then when you look outside, there are 6 Marlins in the top 200. There is a lot of depth. There are a lot of possible strong points. Weebles Cushman also joining the A-plus brigade with a 287 average. He looks really impressive for his upside in the future. So again, for a team that may be overloaded to bring in Yamamoto for a hope of what they can do in the future with everything they brought in, it would be a real interesting choice on how would you play it. But I guess because you have such exquisite hope of the future, nothing's guaranteed, but you've got 3 guys that are said, wow, these guys are stellar, and 2 of them are top 5. You've got to think that this is a team that probably is going after some form of some form of hitter here at this point. Hold on one moment, guys. I got to mute for 1 second here.
All right. So while he's
Tim,
muted,
go right ahead and do that.
Yeah. I think the big thing for them is trying to replace Ditt and Von Kohler on that left side of the infield. There are definitely some third base and shortstop candidates. You've got Cushman in-house. He looks like he will be the potential shortstop at some point. In my mock draft, I had that their biggest need was third base because of that. Could go CCP here. Could get a real life player here. I'm going to say his name again because his great granddad plays for the PPL for the Tigers. So Matt Radke is available as a third baseman. There's a lot of options here, kind of leaning towards an infielder.
Okay. All right. We will see what the Marlins have taken here as we will introduce their pick. This is the 20th pick overall here of this first round. The Marlins are going to select the 18-year-old senior Colt Keith, real-life player from Biloxi, Mississippi. Keith looks like a real talent. He's got predominantly second base that he is playing here in high school. A lot of people think that he might actually be a possible better hot corner type of player down the road. Committed to the University of Tampa if he cannot sign, but guy who looks like he is a future major leaguer no matter which way you look at it. Again, real-life players are never bad. This guy who probably could play in the majors a little sooner than most high schoolers do. But again, we'll see where that goes. Again, you were saying likely somewhere up the middle, and they've gone with a player exactly in that. Never hurts to have real-life players for the potential of re-rating them if their real-life selves do a little bit better. What's your take on Colt Keith?
Especially this one, as somebody who may or may not have seen about 40 Tigers games this year, Colt Keith changed his hitting approach in the offseason and brought his hands up and is starting to drive the ball with a little more authority in real life. That whole re-rate prospect, honestly, it's going to take a little bit for him to reach the heights that this player shows. And yes, he's listed as a second baseman. I see him as a third baseman, especially with that arm. He's got the position flexibility. The bat will play up. Yeah, I'm hyper on him because he's a Tigers fan. The challenge will be the bonus demand. I'm seeing it $8.5 million. I don't know what Flying saw it as far as his, but he's going to cost. He's worth it. And I think he's not Eric Von Cola, but I think this gets them a lot closer than what they were.
Okay. All right. So, we'll transition from pick 20 to the 21st pick now, and it's the Boston Red Sox, who are just under recent new general manager. We had longtime general manager and real-life best friend Bill Doran took a break here from eMLB. He understands that if he returns, it will likely not be with Boston. That is fine, though. He's been running the Sox since we started 2.0. He used to be the 1.0 general manager of the Texas Rangers, just for some historical. So, Boston. Now under Schnee, they signed Alex Murray this offseason. That's AZ Axel, CCP, 278 average, 8 homers, and an All-Star nomination. Bobby Witt Jr. playing well in a free agent year. We'll see if he sticks around. Maybe very surprised that Pepe Clark signing the contract extension is hitting below the Mendoza line with only 2 home runs here at the All-Star break. In 51 games played. A little bit of injuries, though, as he's dealing with some knee problems. That doesn't help. Same for John Douglas. You could say that's a bit of a down year for him as well. And Liam Spencer, who used to be a steady above average, at least above league average guy, is hitting more than 50 points below where he's been the past few years, albeit still stealing a lot of bases. He's on pace for another 50-plus stolen base year. Of course, when you talk rotation, you start right with Paul Skeens. Excuse me, 8-1 record this year, 2.71 ERA. Tommy Springer, 7 wins, sub-4 ERA. Chris DeMars back in the rotation versus being in the pen, a mid-3 ERA. Jacob Nix, 3-2 record being called up. Louis Cherna leads the majors, I think, with 12 losses so far this year. And the pen has been a mess. Thought Andrew James would come in and strengthen it. It hasn't so far, as ERA is pushing 7. And that's my CCP. So, yes, I am boosting him. And Steve Bombardo relegated out of the rotation to the pen now. So, definitely gaps in the pen, which has the Sox 10 games below 500 now, right in the middle. And there's a lot of question marks on whether Badrayu Mohanty, the one-time overpriced first pick of the Sox, might be on his way out to try to fill the organization a little bit more depth-wise. Again, he's not ready anytime soon. Who might be ready sometime soon is Mr. Bill's community credit player playing in Triple-A Pawtucket right now, the 23-year-old hitting .286. Mike Moeller really not earning himself any positives over at second. Edouard Julien is playing adequately in 85 at-bats. So a lot of needs here throughout the organization and not a lot of huge depth. They are taking a chance on 25-year-old Gilberto Mendoza as they sent Tracy Grimes packing with $15 million still owed to him. That's resulted in a 178 average in 21 games so far. So, Red Sox, what's the word I want to use? A proverbial mess right this moment. It's not Schnee's fault, and it's not even technically Billy's fault, but Billy doesn't focus on the minor leagues as much, and maybe that's a little bit of what you're seeing here right now, that they could be better than they are. Yeah, you got one top 10 player. You've got Bill Hickok at 68th currently rated, but you don't have much more to show for it after that. So the cupboard is a little barren here, and that would be the question to you, Tim, is how would you play this to start to fill that cupboard?
I think it's you have to. You're going to have to build the farm system up. And I've seen where, Mahanti's on the block, Witt's on the block. You're pretty much looking for best available. And that would be my take on the entire draft, is like the best folks you can get available. And then if you want to turn around and flip them, great. But going to have to at some point address the nature of the farm system in Boston.
Yep.
Feels like we're headed for a rebuild. So, I think, and traditional Boston, good hitting, when the pitching is mid to slightly above average, they're in the playoffs. Just the nature of that organization. So I think that would be the goal here.
All right. And of course, full disclosure, I'm a lifelong Red Sox fan. I want to see the Red Sox successful in eMLB, of course. But I'm also the kind of guy and a true fiduciary. Yes, I use big words for a silly show. But I'm a true fiduciary of wanting everybody to have a level of success, because it all balances out in the end. Yes, that means I even want the evil empire to be successful. So Brendan McGurk knows how I feel about the Yankees truly being the Yankees. All right. With that, time to introduce who Schnee's first ever selection in eMLB will be. Let's take a peek. It will be the junior. Matt Radke, who you've been saying here for a bit, 21-year-old from Lakeside, Florida, is finally off the board. The junior from the University of Florida. Another Gator? Jeez. It's the first Gator actually for today. The junior hitting 17 home runs, 272 average this past year for the Gators. A good third baseman, excellent arm, a top shelf arm is what we have talked about if he does have not the best of reflexes for third. But this is a guy who should absolutely put dents in the monster. He shouldn't be a guy who will struggle. I mean, he had 88 walks, fam. In 253 plate appearances, he walked 88 times. Are you kidding me? That's a guy who knows his plate awareness, and that's a guy who's not going to put himself in a lot of extreme situations of being in terrible counts. Now, that doesn't mean he won't strike out. Everybody strikes out. But for everything this guy has, I am absolutely surprised that Matt Radke is only going here now with the 21st pick. Tim?
Me as well. Yes, I agree. I've got a soft spot for this player. A little bit of cross universe talk here. In the PPL, which is run by Brendan, the Tigers have a center fielder, Jay Radke. And so for the purposes of this, I'm pretending that Matt is his great grandson.
Oh, no, he is. He is the great grandson. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Jay is more of a contact and speed kind of guy. Apparently, the baseball gene has kept up. I love. He reminds me a lot of what I was going for when I built Ed as a third baseman. Good power and eye, great defense, tremendous player. The question is how soon can the contact come up to be major league ready? I see him as being in the major league sooner rather than later, possibly even towards the end of next season. Love this player. Line drive hitter, good teammate. I'm going to be rooting for him for a long time in this league.
Well, I like the pick. I think that since Danny Diaz, the Red Sox have been trying to find identity over third base. And I think Matt Ratton, and that's not knocking Bobby Witt. Bobby Witt was brought in as an acquisition here in a trade to improve last season's team. And I don't think Bobby Witt, they're trying to see what they can get for him, and you should. I think Matt Radke might be that long-term guy who actually will provide what Danny Diaz could offensively, but do it with better defense as well. I think that is going to be a really nice selection here. Alex thinks Radke should have gone 5 picks ago. Well, probably. All right. We're going to move on to pick number 22. This is the first of 3 picks when you count the supplemental round for the Seattle Mariners. Mariners could really have a huge impact on their future with these picks. So I'd like to make a mental note, Tim, before we close out round 1 after the 3rd pick. I would like to look back and say, do we feel that the Mariners capitalize with these picks, or do they pull a 2015 Boston Bruins? I won't say any more than that, but it's a very sore spot for me, and that's
Wasn't getting
not a
that
positive.
at all.
It's not a positive, just for record. Mariners, 50 wins this year, 10 games over 500. As always, the Eradicator, Eric Kelly, the face of the franchise, 300 average this year for the big man with 22 home runs, 63 RBI, and looking to become, before the season's done, the first community-created player, of course, because he's been around the longest. He's 36. He's looking to be the first CCP to get over 500 career home runs. Jackson Merrill has been excellent in his first season. 305 average, 15 homers. Jeff Wallach remaining steady with 20 homers himself. Stephen Kwan maybe trying to improve on the average, as he had a bit of a drop back last year, hitting 250, but he'd like to get closer to the 313 average he did a couple seasons prior. Respectable from Nate Peterson is a hitter, and maybe still looking for more out of Ethan Westcott and Joe Louis Brown. Speaking of drafted re-rates, Merrill indeed has a drafted re-rate at 21 years young at a 305 average so far. From the rotation, Grumpy Old, probably a little bit of a step back from where he has been of late, 16 and 18 win seasons with a sub-4. Josh Willenbrock is looking like he has really found a new gear at 26. Dong Young Hao has been a real pleasant surprise this year. He is striking out more than a batter in inning with a ERA run and a half better than last season. Phil Oak probably would like to do better than he's doing, so if there's a gap, it is the bullpen, as it is 13th in the American League at this time, while having a rotation third best in the American League at this moment. Farm right smack dab in the middle. Another top 10 prospect in a youngster who still needs to prove themselves a lot in Ernesto Mendoza, but talents such as Josh Lee might be the heir apparent to replacing either Nasim Nunez or Ismael Tirico. The team also hoping to have some positives out of community credit player dynamic CCP Daniel Rayson. And possible, if anybody gets injured, we might get a peek at what Louis Medina can do for the squad. He's down in AAA with a 3.2 ERA. He was 1-3 in Winter League ball with an ERA north of 5, but he might be a little more ready now, sooner rather than later. I've heard the name Drake Baldwin all weekend because the Red Sox have been getting slapped around by him. He is in the farm system, AA, hitting 278.
He good.
All right, so where do you think that the Mariners are going here? Again, they've got the benefit of 3 picks in this round, and that's why we're going to circle back on this later. But Tim, what would you do with the first pick here for the Mariners?
The thing that I saw when I was doing the mock draft was that corner outfield is a problem in the organization in terms of just depth. So I would be leaning towards that. But I also, in looking at this, they're in that tough division, the AL West. It's always a slugfest, and we don't give enough credit to all of those organizations there. It's competitive because everybody in that division is in a solid GM and knows how to build a club, and Hets is right up in there with them. This is a very good organization. There's not a lot of things that they need to be competitive. So I'm looking for like either a best available or hopefully an outfielder here to make them better.
Okay. Now, obviously, none of us thinks that any player in this pool, because A, you can't trade him away, and B, we don't really think any player has an immediate talent. So the conversation is not about how to help immediately a team that's 3 games out of the division right now and threatening, for playoff contention here. It is all about how to keep that window sustained for a longer period of time.
Yeah, continuing to be in the conversation. And we see it, ever since I've been a part of this league, which is the 2025 season in game, these same teams are always at the top in that division. It's always been a slugfest. So really good skill.
All righty. Very good. Let's jump to our selection, as this is the first of 3 picks for the Mariners here between this first round and the supplemental round. It'll be high school seniors, 18-year-old Steve Hester from Albany, Oregon. Now, that's where he that's where he was born, but he played his ball in, of all places, Nenana, Alaska. That is interesting stat in itself. You can thank maybe can't even thank Loki Swayman, for this. So, but Steve Hester, the 6'5" left-handed bat from Albany, Oregon, now playing in Alaska. Excellent offensive profile, but a lot of people are saying if there's a knock on him, he's not known for really investing on the defensive side. So does that put a question to either character or work ethic that he doesn't put things in? Or is the Mariners of a mind that, hey, we can go after a really offensive influence bat and we can deal with the rest later?
I don't see anything that graded out as negative in terms of the personality or his makeup. So I don't think it's that. You see this a lot with prospects who are not in traditional spots. Nenana is known for its ice classic, which you would think would be ice hockey. It is literally, they stick a pole out in the river and people bet on when it's going to break through the ice. Spoiler alert, I think it happened like 2 weeks ago in real life. The kid can hit. He's just a pure hitter. And that has his, that's what the focus has been. So he's been working on his strength. Seattle is the type of organization that can build players. He's never going to turn into, a Gold Glover. That said, a 6'5" hitter like this, he will play. And he's one of the ones that I've penciled in to see how he develops over the next year or so. He's got plenty of time to build.
Great.
So I think this is a really good pick for them.
Awesome. Seahawk has driven by there, and he says his friend enters that contest every year. So that is really
I went
cool.
in 2023, and yes, I mail in my pick every year too. Never been close.
Love it. All right, on to Cincinnati Reds we go. Jared Rollins is from our 1.0 universe. He is our pseudo-celebrity around here. We say he is the sexiest GM of eMLB, but he is also the coolest GM because he is a real-life Major League Baseball executive. He's been the senior director of communications, amongst many other roles that he does for the real-life Cincinnati Reds. Of course, Tim and several others had the opportunity to enjoy some time there in Cincinnati recently. Wish I could have been there, to be honest with you. But on to Cincinnati we go. Reds are 6 games under 500 right now, 4th in the NL Central. They are trying to get back into the postseason here and trying to turn it around. When we look at the surface level, it used to start with Trey Griffey, but it is all about up the middle and Johnny Ossington. 61 home runs last year, 30 already this year. That is second in the majors overall. And again, a pretty good supporting cast if now Griffey fits that role. Still hitting .287 with 18 homers. Carlos Colmenares came on strong early, but the average has been a question mark of late. Alejandro Kirk has turned into the regular starting catcher now, hitting .265 with 11 homers. And Brian Cole was a 1.0 name, a player who tragically died in real life. He was a real-life prospect. I forget the team right offhand, but he had a tragic motor vehicle accident that took his life. And there was a lot of belief that Cole was going to be a phenomenal player. So he's getting that opportunity in our universe. In Tampa, he hit .258 with 14 homers. He's already done that in 85 games this go-around. We'll see if he can continue to develop. On the pitching front, Jimmy Potts, the longtime name of the Reds. Chris Daniels, Justin Fuller having a 6-win, 3.98 ERA this year. Louis Maldonado doing nicely as well with a 7-3 record, 3.26 ERA at the back of the pen. They just lost Joel Cunell, the 38-year-old. He'd only had 5 innings of work this year as he was trying to continue to extend his career. That could potentially be the end of his career, although they do think he'll try to make it back towards the end of the season. On the farm, back end in regards to it, just one player in the top 50. A lot of hype on Jim McMillan. He's another 1.0 player who played really well in that universe. He was brought up super early by my good friend John Comey. The fun fact, Comey was the guy who helped me co-create eMLB, and then I basically have run it for the last quarter century exclusively myself. Tony Roden is another player playing in AA right now, just sub 5 ERA, probably will stay there for the rest of the year. One other player in the top 100 is an outfielder, Alfredo Alvarado, probably staying in A-plus ball, maybe sees a AA ball here. But no one really looking like they're going to come to the majors anytime soon here, with the exception of Ernesto Cartagena, who is in the top 200. Everybody else, with the exception of McMillan, probably will see more time in the minor leagues. So Reds, there's your peek at them. They got a bit of a mix on a variety of ends. One outfield top 100 prospect, a couple of mid infielders in the top 200, several pitchers. How would you play this with this particular organization, Tim?
The thing that I noticed in looking at the trends is that it tends to be a heavy focus on pitching. Completely understand, especially with that ballpark. The hitting is in good shape. Up the middle, they're solid. Could probably use some work in corner outfield as well, but I think I would lean more towards pitching, especially since the Reds are trying to be competitive in the last couple of years and this year. I'd be looking for that to continue that trend. So just on a quick aside, since Jim McMillan is in AAA and producing well enough, would you be gambling on having him go now, or would you hold off to next year with where the team is this moment? See where they are right now.
They're 41 and 51 in fourth.
Probably wouldn't hurt to call him up. I mean, it depends on what JR has seen in AAA from him and whether he feels like he's progressing enough. Let me look at his last few starts. Yeah, especially with the struggles that the team has had overall. They're currently 10th in starters ERA. So, yes, I think it'd be worth the gamble to try that now.
All right. Let's see where the Reds go here. This is the 23rd pick of the first round. They will go with a 1.0 community created player, Harry Nathan, a senior at Norfolk State. He was in last year's draft. He failed to sign. He actually didn't even have an offer made to him. So that does definitely block your ability to get a compensation pick. You got to make an offer on a player. There was a little bit of an argument on that. But mid-90s fastball for Nathan. Good fastball slider combination. As a cut fastball that a lot of people think if he has the movement, if he can develop that movement a bit more, that should really make that a very versatile out pitch as well. This is a guy who in the 1.0 era had 130 saves, but really was more of a starting pitcher, was just used in the closer capacity. So he didn't get a long career in the starting role. Here, 12-2, and he went back to Norfolk State, 12-2, 1.48 ERA. So he improved on all the metrics that he needed to justify getting this improved pick, because he was not a first-round pick last season. Tim, Harry Nathan, we talked about him last year. We'll talk about him again. What's your take on him going here for Cincinnati?
Significant improvement from last year. Control ticked up significantly. At least the mechanical part of it, and I think that's going to improve. Fastball slider is going to be his best combo, but the cutter comes through. So he's throwing various fastballs. The changeup is a work in progress, and I think that's what folks were a little bit leery of last year. I like this because the Reds seem to do well organizationally with power pitchers. I like the frame. Keeps the ball down, is going to be able to strike out enough hitters, and looks to be able to have a starter's workload and support that. So this is a nice pick. He's got some pedigree in eMLB, and that's something else. That's another thing that JR tends to lean towards, some of those 1-0 players. I guess it's for the nostalgia or whatever, but they've also been successful.
And again, when we talk about 1.0, we're talking about the original universe that went 11 real-life years. Didn't have it in any format or context you have here. We had a little bit of unfortunate, terrible corruption that went over multiple real-life years that ended that universe, almost ended my interest in ever wanting to be a commissioner. So again, I enjoy doing this way too much. I hope we don't ever run into an instance like that again. And if anyone wonders why I sometimes keep things so close to the chest, well, there you go. But at the same time, that guy's there because I love working with him, and he just adds so much more additional depth to this universe. So I don't hold everything completely close to the chest, honestly. And Pop, just for reference, I just want to tell you, a Harry Nathan might sound like a cocktail to you, but it sounds like a total avoidance to me. No, ain't touching that drink at all.
JCS Wishman 33 cent.
Everything sounds like a cocktail.
I sincerely would like to know why the people of eMLB Sanctuary won't stay a while and listen to Tim Lowry. He seems to have superior prognostication to the local weatherman, though they have an easy job when the forecast is usually raining the fires of hell. But people, Tim is nowhere close to the prime evil of Diablo. He may be closer in line to the butcher, usually quiet, out of sight. But when he comes, he leaves chaos and mayhem in his wake, and sweet loot that needs to be identified.
Can you identify this, please? Yes, it is Deckard Cain. Yeah, we have Deckard Cain here in, and I love the text-to-speech here with Deckard. So thank you, JC Swishman, for coming on in and saying hello. And
your check's in the mail.
Checks in the mail, yep. Let's go to the 24th pick of our eMLB 2033 draft. We'll go to the San Francisco Giants to make them automatically catcher, right?
Yep.
Right? Okay,
Yep.
We don't have to do anything further. We just know it's a catcher. Nope. Oh, we still got to do our pomp and circumstance. I mean, Cam Candela still ruling the roost. The three-time reigning National League batting champion might not get his fourth, but he's not too terribly far off there with a 324 average. Still wondering where the added power of Michael Sean Cain went. Just 12 home runs so far this year. He had 20 last season in 148 games after going 43 home runs. Where is the power for MSK? That is a big question mark. A lot of the names still haven't changed over the years. Dexter Morgan is still around. John Cotton is around. Roberto Perry, Jerry Rollins, Jamie Thurman doing it on both sides of the diamond, as is Ethan Candela. And Chuck Williams doing his part as well. So, Farm, bottom 5 in the majors. Nobody considered a top 100 prospect. A little barren on the pitching side with the exception of Jackson Rutledge, although a lot of people think Rutledge will probably need another season and need a little extra development if he is going to threaten what has been a comfortable rotation of starters here for the Giants over this foreseeable time. There's your quicker view on the Giants. Tim?
It feels like to me that this is a club that needs pitching depth. They've got some good pitchers at the major league level. The minor leagues could use some building up. Also middle infield. This is another team that was a champion not too long ago, a couple seasons ago. And there's that little bit of grace period that once you've won, you kind of get a few years and you either run it back or whatever. And now there's some decisions to make. How do they want to do this? Do they want to push forward and try to win another one? Do they want to kind of pull back and reload, kind of build from the ground up? But they've definitely got some options here. I would lean more towards pitching, so see where they go.
All right, well, it's a division that even though they're 4 games under 500, they are still 7.5 back in the wild card conversation. So, again, no player should provide any benefit now, but it's still a team that can scrap. They're just playing in a division. The third place is 1 game out of the division and 54 wins. Let's introduce the 24th overall selection here. They will select the junior from Campbell University. It is Mike Lewis. I was not as prepared as I thought I was. That's my fault. But Mike Lewis, the 20-year-old from West Windsor, New Jersey, played down in North Carolina at Campbell University, where he was 8-1 this year with a 2.39 earned run average. A lot of people think he has a lot of upside if he can continue to develop the velocity, and he already gained about 3 miles an hour on his fastball this specific season. So if he can continue to unlock that, you got a guy who's very confident with pitches. The one issue is plate awareness or ability to control the corners might be the one knock on Lewis. That's typical if you're a flamethrower, so if he continues to try to work with adding the velocity, it might come at the expense of not seeing the control develop as well. This is a guy who looks like he could be very comfortable with every pitch he has to offer. I like the pick. I think he's first round, but it is definitely the lack of control that could be the one thing that I think would make this a questionable first round pick.
Yeah, it was the control that was the only red flag for us. I mean, yes, the pitch mix is outstanding. It's kind of hard to see somebody with 5 elite potential pitches. This feels like a pitcher who is going to develop over time more so than make an immediate spark. And I hate to throw the name out there. He was comped to Nathan Eovaldi, but the name that I'm thinking of, and it's why I hate to say it, is like a Nolan Ryan, who nobody knew where it was going, not even him. And then 6-7 years into his career, suddenly he started hitting these corners and was striking out 4 times as many as he was walking, and just became that elite pitcher. I'm not saying that that's Lewis's future, but this is such a I would love to have a chance to develop this guy. I think he's going to be special.
Well, Mike Lewis just drafted to the Backfields Media over 30 league.
Way over 30 league.
Way over 30 league. Hey, Whiskey. We'll move on to Toronto, as we want to make sure that we are shooting to try to get done the 3 rounds within the 5 o'clock window that we've set for a deadline here. Blue Jays will be up. Thank you, Whisk. I'm doing a little breast cancer awareness today with the pink. 60 wins for the Jays this year. Of course, a team like that, a team that can afford to bring in Cody Koshin, who's hitting .284 while having just 7 wins and a mid-4 ERA. That's a team that has not a lot of weaknesses. They're comfortable in spots like third in Eddie Brown. The outfield is doing all right with Trevor Gretzky, Kyler Murray, Sergio Morales. This is a squad that's been around for a while. They're doing their thing, and they continue to try to improve upon it. Now it's how do they continue to expand upon it? They just lost Sergio Castillo, their catcher. He's likely done for the year, so that might be a blemish, but that's probably more a trade deadline issue than a draft issue. And again, Rafi Benitez ain't available to take now at this point. Rotation has looked good. I'm sure people would have wished that William Money would have come back from the extended injury better than he has. Namely, Harris himself would probably like that, but I'm sure they must be content with what they see from guys like Ben Dudley, Clint Barton. Probably would have wished a little bit more from Cody Koshin. Braden Halliday's doing okay with 9 wins and a 4 ERA, but Braden has also established himself to be a little bit better than that in past. Although, again, he won 18 wins last season with having an ERA a quarter run higher than where it is this moment. Now, that's where the Jays have a lot of potential upside here. They've got a catcher in Chubby Nutsman, who's considered the second best prospect in the majors right this moment. They have Clark Reedy, who they just promoted to the majors, and in 27 games is hitting a .303 average. So maybe it is pitching that's the big question mark. They have a guy that has done decent in Jimmy Rodriguez. Alec Roush was once a highly touted prospect. He's a 13-game loser currently in AAA. Again, don't measure that on anything, but an ERA 4.5 for a guy who was a former number 1 pick. So I guess my gut would automatically say, well, they'll go after pitching here, but I don't know. What do you agree, or do you have a different feeling here?
I do. I think pitching is going to be the first thing that they look at. That said, there are some also organizationally, there are some gaps, corner infield, center field, where there's just a need for depth and to build. I mean, the major league team, yeah, they're in fairly good shape with either what they have or what's coming up. But just to like refill that organization, I think they could really go anywhere and be successful with a pick. But yes, for immediate need, or as close to immediate as you can get, I think pitching would be the key here.
Okay. All right. Well, we will see what they go with as we will introduce the Toronto selection. It is the 25th pick here of round number 1. Well, they will go in a different direction, and it will be the third baseman, Matt Ramsey. He's a 21-year-old from East Point, Georgia. He stayed local playing for Georgia Tech as a junior this year. 30 home runs, absolute masher over at the hot corner. But this is a guy that played a lot of different positions, and a lot of people really think that he's probably a corner outfielder here for the Jays as they are currently set up, because a lot of people don't believe that he is going to threaten Eddie Brown out of position unless there is a possible trade. Never know. Never know. But again, a lot of people think that this is a guy who's got super good plate awareness, is going to really work counts in his favor very well. But again, will still be a guy who tries to hit for power more than average. A good arm, a good defender, and you can never be sad on a guy who hit 30 home runs in college. That should be able to translate to the majors. What's your take on Matt Ramsey here, signed by Toronto, or drafted by Toronto?
I really like this pick for what it does organizationally for them. As you said, could play any of 6 positions, could even with some work be considered a shortstop, although I think that's a little bit of a stretch. The eye really pops out to me. Elite talent there, elite level arm. The thing that our scouts noted is a high level of baseball intelligence. So very situationally aware. We don't see college kids very often waiting for their pitch. And that's what I saw a lot of with Ramsey. Kind of thought he'd be gone already, but also realizing that a lot of swing and miss with this kid. Contact is not considered to be, he's not going to be hitting 280, 290. So he's going to be really leaning on his ability to become major league ready in terms of power. I see it. I like what Toronto did here.
All righty. Well, we have Matt Ramsey locked in as your 25th overall selection. And with that, we will now switch over to Houston. I know I'm still on that screen, so we will jump over to Houston now, making their pick for the 26th overall selection. Full disclosure, Houston is currently does not have a general manager, as Jim Silvera did step down. I was very sad about that, as I was looking forward to his old school approach. They are 6 games under 500 right now, 5th in the very tough AL West. The joke is always that the Angels, the Rangers, and the Astros make up the heads of King Ghidra here in the AL West. But right now, for the moment, and this is not picking on anybody, we'll just say that if you think of the meme of the 3-headed dragon, the Astros for the moment have the derpy head, trying to turn it back to the normal head. The usual names: Isla, Lejay, Rowan, maybe underperforming this year. The new guy, Darius McKenzie, the the World Series MVP, Darius McKenzie, performing well, 289, 17 homers, so he's doing his job. John Drury, community credit player of John DFK, doing just fine at second, 278 average with 12 homers. In some maybe a little bit of question marks from Bill Wirtz, who they signed a long-term deal to, but hitting basically just under league average. Martin Bradford doing Martin Bradford things. The South African Teodros Uma is performing in the low 4 ERA, not bad for his first time in the majors. Sidney Farber, mid-3 ERA. Micah Ruscia probably expected to do better, as was Ryan Weathers. So not getting everything that they want. They also lost Steve Calder for the season. This was a guy who was always an innings eater. They did not have him for this year, and they lose him this year. He will not pitch in 2033. The farm, there is one player in the top 25 in Louis Patricio, but again, a youngster who will see if he lives up to any hype of believed. Steve Meadows, Dave Becker working in Double A are in the top 100. And then a couple of guys within the top 125. One pitcher, Arturo Moreno, and Joe Schindler hitting .411 in 17 games in A-ball. So this is maybe a year where we say maybe the Astros are finally showing a little bit of wear and tear, and that it will not be as easy to continue to stay at the level that they have had over a prolonged period of time. And again, where we have a team that's not managed right now, we'll be finding a general manager after this draft is done. That will also be the element of which direction they feel that they will go. I'd love to get Ben back, but that's up to Ben, and it is what it is. So what would you say should be an immediate need to address for what this team has?
What I'm seeing is organizational depth lacking in the corner outfield positions. A few draftees did not reach their potential. They've kind of fallen off. Bullpen outside of Chase Bradford has been kind of a question mark. There are a lot of high value bullpen arms available. The question is, do you want to risk a first round pick, even a late first round pick on one of those? Typically I wouldn't, but they could. If we were looking at corner outfield, there's like Greg Leary, who's available. Mark Peavy could also fit that. If you wanted to think about the future, there's a Dave Garcia, who's like a catcher, who could be a high value pick here. So, or you just go, best available slugger. We've got some first, third baseman still available who can do that.
All righty. Very good. Let's go and look at that pick. I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit to get through the first round because, again, we have a hard stop at 5 o'clock no matter what here. And I now have to rush across town to go get my son, who got called in for 2 hours at work before he goes to the fire station tonight. So, on to Houston's selection here. They will go with a former pick in Nate Petrich. Or Petrich, excuse me. Petrich is played some third base here for the University of Houston. Well, they knew him well because he's a Houston native, played for Houston, and now drafted by Houston. We'll see if he signs. 21 homers, 63 runs driven in here with a 277 average. Defensively, they say he grades his average at third. He has an excellent arm, but it's not always accurate. So a lot of scouts believe, and that's why he's advertised as a first baseman, that if he does a transition there, that his stock value would increase. Don't know if it can increase any more than the 26th pick that he is currently. But again, a guy who grades as above average in both his ability to get bat on ball, as well as likely drive for home runs. Well, helps to be a right-handed hitter with some power. With the Crawford boxes out there at the Dyken Park. Hate that name. But Nate Petrich selected here. What's your take on Petrich?
Kind of speaks to the depth of this draft class when somebody with the raw batting ability of a Petrich has to wait till almost the end of the first round to get selected. I think the arm plays at third base. The question is whether the rest of his skill set will. A rare, solid contact power and avoid strikeout kind of hitter. I am very keen to see, you could see him sliding in, and you think of hitters like Jeff Bagwell in Houston's history, Yordan Alvarez in real life in Houston's history. Petrich just kind of fits that mold, and I think he's going to be a tremendous pick for Houston.
Okay. I think it'll be a good fit. I hope, because I was the one who looked at the several players and said, I think this one makes the most sense. It was also that Houston-born University of Houston team that also made me say, you know what? I think that's telling me something. So,
hometown pick. Yeah.
Yep, indeed. They must know him the best and feel like he'll be a good fit there. We'll see. All right, on to the Yankees. 27th pick. New York Yankees are a game over 500 in a division that's watching Toronto trying to run away with it. Still relying on a bit of the old guard as Rafi Devers is still there. But you do have some youngsters starting to make their way. James Bond was signed this year, 297 average. Not hitting for the power you would have thought a left-hander would after hitting 23 at T-Mobile Park last year. Jackson Hedges, nowhere near the MVP that he once was, but still playing regularly. Marc-Andre Fleury doing well since coming over to the Yanks. And again, other players, Brendan Davis would like to hit better for average, but certainly hitting the ball. And Duran Martin doing just fine in center field with some stellar defense and a 257 average for a switch hitter. Rotation-wise, Dan Walker, I think they want a lot more out of. They're getting what I think they hoped to out of Joel Machado. Tyler Dyson's also doing all right. I think the back end of the rotation needs some major overhaul, but you ain't going to get that right here. Caden Kershaw. Yeah, that's a mimic of someone else. But Caden Kershaw, the 24-year-old, surprising people with 18 saves in his rookie year and a 2.79 earned run average. Farm, it is 13th out of the 34. 5 players in the top 100. 2 pitchers. Both are 20 or 21 and only an A-plus ball. Sean Rodecker is the younger brother of Shane Rodecker in Double-A right now, but just the 200 average and a 552 OPS. He'll probably not go far. Micah Becca also needing to work on improving his where he can go. Some players outside of the top 200. There are several Triple-A pitchers that could possibly be someone you throw against the wall and see what they do this year. So the Yanks can still have some tricks up their sleeve to helping their season. But if we talk about farm and how to project for the future, what's your thoughts here with what the Yankees need to focus on?
I think they've got some. Petrich was kind of what I was thinking the Yankees would end up like. He was the way he was falling. Petrich would have been an amazing pick here for the Yankees because they could use the first base help or move him to third. They do need the corner outfield, corner infield. That said, I also know that the McGuirk Academy is working on a potential player. Don't know if they're going to gamble on him right now or maybe think he's going to fall back to the second round. There's a lot of they've got the gaps that they need to fill organizationally. I'd be curious to see which way they go with that.
Okay, with that, let's get our selection in for the New York Yankees. This is the 27th pick here in the 2033 amateur draft. Well, you mentioned the McGuirk Academy, and the McGuirk Academy is front and center here. There is some history that I will let Tim lean on here, but this is Alfonso Baldazzo. If you are in the PPL, you will know the name apparently super well. Unfortunately, I do not as much because I have not stayed focused on it. The 18-year-old Cuban right-hander from Charlotte Christian High School in Charlotte, North Carolina, comes in here very much a under-the-radar guy. Like, it was not a lot known about him. People knew he was out there. But it was one of those, would you take a gamble on him? Well, Yanks say, we're going to do so now. So it could be a question mark. Maybe this is a guy they could have gotten in the next round. But they'll go with Baldazzo, 5'9", 190 pounds. Profiles as a fly ball pitcher, which is never really good for Yankee Stadium, I would think. He has a sinker, cut fastball, splitter combination for fastballs, and will throw a curveball in there as well. Tim.
Yes. Another great-great-grandson of a legend. In the PPL, Baldazzo, come on, internet, do your thing. There we go. He pitched for Philadelphia, primarily. The Athletics. Only won 449 games.
Only.
I'll just sum it up this way. We don't have a Cy Young Award in the PPL. It's called the Alfonso Bildazo Award. The greatest pitcher of the league. His great great grandson is coming in now. Tremendous character, good leadership, good loyalty, good work ethic. He's got a ways to go before he's major league ready. That said, he's a CCP. That has its own special value. The archetype is workhorse power. I can't wait to see what kind of career he has in eMLB. Excited to see this player moving forward several generations, kind of like our version of the 1.0.
Yes. Yes, that's a good way to put it. All right. Again, in the interest of brevity, as we have 7 more picks that have not been introduced yet, and of course,
Stars sent. Tim's first round MLB draft takes are so bold that scouts are starting to wonder if he's eligible to be picked. At this point, teams are probably checking his exit velocity just to make sure he's not secretly a two-way prospect hiding behind a Twitter account.
Pop dropping Gilbert Gottfried in. Funny. All right, Chicago White Sox will be the 28th selection here. They are comfortably, well, not really. They're in first, and they are competing comfortably for the wild card currently here right now with 51 wins, 40 losses. Offensively, you got the names Short and Raley, J-Rod leading the league with the home runs at 31. The big boss, Mike Powell, got a mostly from the offensive production, not so much the average. Got himself an all-star nominee. And then Luke Raley finally coming to life after a 177 12 home run season last year. He is hitting 282 this season and finally living up to the hype that he was expected. Benjamin Abinduck doing Benjamin Abinduck things with 10 wins and a 2.78 ERA. Dave Wilkinson doing Dave Wilkinson things, meaning knuckleball, 5 wins and a 2.97. Timmy Weaver, Etsuko Rune doing well. Just George Kirby might be the one question mark. Kirby has been re-rated and doesn't seem to be living up to the hype. Ryan Kerkering, though, is shutting him down when he gets his shot. 22 saves for him too far to this point. On the farm, a little bit of work to be done. Nobody in the top 50. One pitcher in the top 71, mostly as a closer in Devin Bowerman. The 2 players that are in the top 100 right at the back end, Zaire Tools, a catcher, and Eric Tubbs, more of a DH type of player. And just Jimmy Dore might be the only possible pitcher to give George Kirby a run for his money in the rotation if they want to test that. So, White Sox, what would be your take on how to play this one?
More than likely best available. Jake has a tremendous eye for talent, has done some amazing things with this club. I would not be surprised if they tried to get like a better hitter, but there are some pitchers available that they could take a gamble on. I'm going to guess pitching on this side, even though that kind of speaks to their strength organizationally.
Okay. We won't waste any further time. Let's jump on in. White Sox selection here, number 28 of this draft. They will go with the senior from Corning, Arkansas High School, Devin Johnson, first baseman, originally born in Campbell, Missouri, committed to go to Texas Tech if he does not sign. This looks like a very big offensive focus. I don't see him replacing Colton Short, so I see him more for the bat and the DH potential. but phenomenal power with 26 home runs and just 56 hits. Almost every other hit was a home run. Dear Lord. Lots of power and just 19 strikeouts, 74 walks. Fun fact, 23 of those walks were intentional. This guy hits a home run all the time. Walk him. But coach, bases are loaded. Walk him.
Yeah, minimize the damage.
What's your take on Johnson? A lot of people believed he'll just turn 18 in the next couple of weeks. A lot of people believed he probably was the best first base bat you could get, offensively speaking, when he develops. But that's the thing. When, and of course, you got to say if as well.
A couple of the scouts at Backfield's media saw the K rate and was like, that's Johnny Ossington level. And that's kind of a good comp, except there's no defense to go with it.
Yeah.
The scouting reports that I saw really minimized his ability to be that 80 potential player. And I kind of overrode them. In the scouting report, I had him going in the first round because that power eye combo is so necessary for a high level scout now, a high level player now. And this prospect, I think, will play up. I think they'll give him every chance to succeed. He couldn't be in a better organization for this power profile. So excited to see what happens. I'm also kind of sneaky looking at his range in the outfield as well as the arm. I could see him becoming a left fielder if he could learn how to catch the ball in the outfield.
Everyone can learn that, right?
Yep.
Right.
Even I could.
On to San Diego we will go. Padres have been living at the top of that division for a while. They did win one world championship a few years ago. They have a good portion of the major squad. Still, the Kims are still a part of things. Fernando Tatis still sticking around. Juan Benitez was a part of that World Series squad. The rotation, always considered a very reliable, steady group, at least the top four. Jeff Hudson, Jimmy Sherman doing their thing. Juan Flores has done all right. Zach McMahon has come in and gotten 7 wins this year with a sub-4 ERA. Juan Robles, the only question mark there. So when we now look over on the farm, it's middle, just below the bottom of the half, but it's still in that mid-tier range of what they've got. Several left fielders in the top 200 and several starting pitchers, including Steve Boley, who's working out of the pen right now. He's considered the 94th prospect, but he's got a mid-6 ERA. Thoughts on how you would play the Padres here?
This is a team that has kind of slowly but surely started to build up their minor league organization. A couple of years ago, I know the thing was, well, they're kind of aging out of their competitive cycle. That hasn't really happened. I see corner infield and pitching being the two things that they could always use the more of.
Okay. All right. Well, we won't waste any further time. Let's see what San Diego selects here for their pick. Padres are going to take a junior from Florida State, Derek Colburn. The Canadian from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Colburn was 7-3 this year with a 2.53 earned run, averaged 93 strikeouts in 92 2/3 innings of work. He didn't go long into games, but he was effective predominantly at the times he would pitch, kept the ball in the park, has good movement, good ground ball status. That can also help at Petco. Control has been graded to be at least a plus. And again, ability to strike out, especially if the fastball and sinking fastball can continue to develop. Already throwing low mid 90s, might be able to improve on that a bit more. So the junior at Florida State, Derek Colburn, selected here by the Padres. Tim.
This is a real value pick. I feel like he should have gone five to eight picks ago. That's where I kind of had him slotted. Still has some room to improve on the velocity. We'll see him peaking around 96 miles an hour. For a right-handed pitcher, holds runners pretty well, but also does a pretty good job of just not getting them on base to begin with. So like him, like the high control. Work ethic kind of gives me some pause, and some character issues overall. But I think in the San Diego organization, I feel like they could play that out.
Okay. All right. So that is a selection for San Diego. Let's go across the U.S. and now land in Atlanta. Oh! Moose Powers, that's 5 tier 3 subs. Holy crap. Wow. That is big. That owes you a spin on the Pecos wheel. Got to be, Tim, so you have to be nice to him now, is what he said.
Okay. Fair enough. Great pick, whoever it is.
Great pick. All right. Over to the wheel. Moose, when you are ready, tell me when to spin. You'll get some bonus boosts. Oh, dear Lord. Wow.
Right.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
I'm going to have to do some math on that. I will get back to you on how much that is, because I did not expect anybody to take me up on those offers, but thank you very much, Moose Powers, for the kindness completely. But I will math that one sub. That was the one I was like, please don't land on that one, because I haven't mathed that. And here I am. That's where we are. All right. Now for the Atlanta Braves. 42 wins this past year, which is a bit of a disappointment considering that those Braves won 96 last year. How do you do tier 3 subs? I think you do it in... I'm not sure how to answer that one. All right, so Atlanta. They got Kenny Littenberg. They've got Juan Monroy. They got Isaac Granados, the grenade launcher. Granados barely over the Mendoza line at this point. Gorgalicious Booty Whopper having a good year, hitting 260. Austin Lynch, the free agent signing a couple seasons ago, a 15 home run year, so he's on a plus this year compared to last year. Maybe it was an adjustment year.
I'm a kitty cat, and I dance.
Pop signing a tier 3 sub. Thank you very much, Pop. To the commish corner you go. But Buster Bluth was signed here.
JCS Wish, man, 33 cent. That pop stars person is bagging on Tim Lowry so much. You'd think Lowry was such a despicable reporter that J. Jonah Jameson looked like the chief editor for Highlights for Children. And maybe Tim Lowry is a two-way ball player masquerading as a media mogul. I seem to recall some kid I once knew did the whole moonlighting as a media guy thing while being one of the best damn heroes to grace the multiverse. I think Pop Stars is just jealous a masked Avenger won't be swinging into Camden soon.
JC, that's funny. Over to the rotation. Kodai Senga came in as an acquisition, 11-game winner with a mid-3 ERA. Maybe he is taking a bit of a hit here this season as he is a couple runs higher than that. Max Powers, always been a case of what Max could do. He showed it last year, and he has really fallen off this season, so much that he took the mustache off. Joe Diggs, doing Joe Diggs things. 5-game winner, mid-3 ERA, living up to the nickname The Illusionist with Mike Spencer and Arturo Benillo in the back. Bullpen has been a top 3 in the National League all year long, including Arturo Herrera with 19 saves. Zach Powers, the younger brother of both Mac and Moose, doing well in Double A. Will probably stay there the rest of the year as he will continue to work on his game, but he is the 13th best prospect in the majors. One other in the top 50, one more in the top 100, and then 5 players in the top 200, but no player playing above Double A ball at this time. So there might be a bit of a gap on who can come and help up in the farm system. Braves might need to look from beyond. So now with how they have their setup in the farm, what would you be doing here with this pick, Tim?
Be looking more towards middle of the infield, possibly starting pitching, but I think, and I don't think that the Braves' record this year is because they're not a good organization. I think last year, I think they kind of overshot their expectation last year. Now it's kind of coming back down to earth. The reality is somewhere in the middle. If they can get a middle infield prospect, or as somebody said, give me pictures of Von Doom, then I think we'd be good.
Funny. All right, we're jumping right into the pick here. It's 3:30, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't even think we'll get through round 2 at this point.
It was Pacific time, right?
Well, several weeks ago, I didn't have a specific time, but that was before the medical suspension happened to my wife, and I have to be the driver. Juan Pereira, the senior, is being selected here. The switch hitter from Puerto Rico. The 18-year-old playing at Manatee in Puerto Rico had 22 home runs and an even .500 average and 72 hits, over 144 at-bats. A lot of people question his defensive capability. Not many people are questioning the ability that this kid can bring offensively. Pereira looks like he might be mostly that, although, again, defense could be trained, or maybe this is a first baseman future. I don't know. We'll see what your take is on the 18-year-old Puerto Rican Juan Pereira.
As a hit first, the one thing I do like about him defensively is that he can stand in traffic, works the double play really well, and I think I'd like to see some improvement at second before he becomes the full-time starter there. The bat will get the attention. He's got the power in the eye. In my mock draft, I had him going well above this. So this is a good value pick for them.
Okay. Good. Not wasting any time, we're going to jump right into Anaheim as they have the 31st pick. We're down to 4 final picks here in the first round that we're introducing each of the squads and a little bit of what's going on with them. Anaheim, 49-41. Important to note they have 3 games under 500 since they started the season with an 11-game win streak here to start the year. Again, this is the post-Trout years of Anaheim's first go. Tom Kazansky, Barry Allen are your common names that you know on this offensive team. Pat Pethel with a 218 average, Maddox Gentry at 257. It is always looking more at the bullpen or at the rotation. Jandy Ronson, Garrett Crochet has joined the mix this year. A re-rated Garrett Crochet is scary to think about. Shane McClanahan's a 10-game winner with a 3 ERA. Your worst starter is technically Jandy Ronson ERA-wise, and that's 3.95. That is impressive in itself. This is a team also without the big boy Sean Thornton for a few more weeks. He had 41 homers last year, 18 home runs so far this season. He will not match that pace for sure. The farm system towards the middle of the back. They have a few guys that could possibly make a difference here that are both top 50 prospects for pitchers, and Joe Dale and Josh Schwarzenberg. But where do you put them right now when you have such dominant rotation right now? Eric Kiefer in A-plus ball in the top 100 and a 294 hitter. Pete Starks is in Triple-A with a 3.74 ERA just outside the top 100. Jim Ham is in Double A with an ERA just under 3. J.C. Swishman, a future reliever, is in Triple A right now with 11 saves to his credit. He had just 3 innings pitched and a 12 ERA. They think he needs a little more seasoning. So a lot of pitching talent on this team. My initial tendency is say, hey, go offense. You feel the same, or would you go a different way?
I would. I would definitely go offense. Looking at their organizational needs, despite the fact that they've got the Iceman at short, there's not much depth behind him. I would be looking for a middle infielder of some type. I've got one in mind. In my mock draft, I picked Justin Hickman, who's good bat, great fielder, nice all-around talent. I think plays up pretty well here. So that's be who I would guess.
All right. We'll jump right into the 31st pick here from Anaheim.
Jamie shooting his shot in the chat.
I see that. 1.0 player Horace Palmeiro will be selected here. He is an 18-year-old from Ames, Texas, finishing at All Saints High School in Fort Worth, Texas. More of a line drive average hitter, going to be a tough guy to strike out is the real belief of Horace. As you look at his profile here, the 6'2", 200-pound left-handed bat, right throwing arm, planning to go to Cal State Fullerton. So they think very highly of him as a top baseball school. A lot of scouts really think, though, that the arm just isn't stellar, so Palmeiro's playing on the wrong side of the middle infield when it comes to his future in the majors. Not a super speedster, but did have 33 steals in high school ball. And again, probably an average type of home run hitter in his career, 1.0. He had over 2,000 hits, a 295 average, 150 homers, and 911 RBI over 15 seasons and just over 2,000 games. So there's a guy who was a steady Eddie in that universe. Grades out to be well enough. He's not going to dominate on anything except that he's just going to be stingy on being struck out. So that could be a good number 2 type of hitter on a team that has a good speedster in front and good power behind them to try to have runners in scoring position. What's your thoughts on Horace Palmeiro here?
I had other shortstops graded a little bit higher, but with the 1.0 connection, I get that. Definitely high leadership, but kind of more leads verbally as opposed to lead by example type.
Yep.
Work ethic was kind of a tick against him. The hitting profile plays up, but like you said, it's only the avoid K that really stands out. This is kind of a weird mix. I'm curious to see how he develops. Tom's won a few games, a lot more than I ever did. So I'm going to trust his judgment on this one.
All right. Very good. Over to the Philadelphia Phillies. We will go one of the best teams in the majors at this particular point in time, and very heavy on community created players as we look at this team. Every single player here, except for Jackie Roberts and Jeremy Workman, are CCPs on the starting lineup that you see here. Everybody else here is a CCP. And, well, Workman's only there because Rob Deere Jr. will be back later this week with his 21 homers. He had 50 last year. So again, not a lot of weakness on the Phillies squad.
Popstar sent. Tim has been wrong so many times trying to predict this draft that MLB teams are starting to use his mock drafts as reverse engineered scouting reports. If Tim says a guy's going 12th, you can pretty much guarantee he's slipping to the 3rd round or retiring to become a dentist.
Retiring to become a dentist? Come on.
Only they knew.
Too funny. Down on the farm, not something a priority. There's a lot of trading away players to get some of these community credit players. One that is waiting in the wings as a future is Roger Lemons. I got to remind myself, was he even boosted or not here this season there, Mr. Audit? I forget. Maybe he was. Ignacio Mata had just gotten called up for... no, wait. He hasn't pitched yet this year. Where the heck was he? Or was he injured? He missed a perfect game one hitter the other day. Yeah, so not a lot to talk about on the farm. So again, this is we'll use the term front-end heavy organization. What would be your play here, Mr. Lowry?
The one thing they have done well, like you mentioned, they've always kind of like turned those prospects around in trade. They draft really well. I think last year's first round pick was a bit of an out. Although there's not much, what they do have has value, and they tend to be able to make it work. Where they need help, infield, organizationally. And there's some players here who I think could fit the bill.
All right, very good. Well, let's not waste any time. Those who are going to the ad break will probably miss this selection. We apologize for that. Over to the 32nd pick we go. Phillies will select 20-year-old Albany, New York native Charlie Booth. Booth is also from the 1.0 universe. Did not have a stellar career, just 8 seasons, 28-48 record with a 5.13 earned run average, but he grades out actually a pretty decent 3-pitch arsenal pitcher here in the 2.0 universe. A junior at Messiah College, and just for clarification, we know, we don't get religious here, but Minister Hebrew has gone after somebody from the Messiah College. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but anyway. 20-year-old right-hander. He has a 3-pitch arsenal, fastball, slider, changeup. How much better could he be if he can add a 4th pitch to that? The question on him was his ability to keep the walks down, 39 walks here this past year for the 121 innings that he did pitch in Grantham, Pennsylvania. But again, the changeup, they're grading it. I don't want to use a comparable to the way you do, Tim, but the changeup gives me that David Leal feel with a guy who doesn't have a profile of throwing super hard, although he throws harder than Leal does. But that's kind of the gut that comes to mind. So what's your take on Charlie Booth here?
Our comp was Jeremy Hellickson.
Okay, I can see that too.
Yeah, not much in the way of velocity. This is an intriguing pick. Thought he would be gone probably a little sooner than that. But you're right. And we're getting to that part of the draft where guys who do one thing extremely well are going to get some play. The fact that his pitch mix still stays in the park and he can keep the ball down while striking folks out, I think he's developing along a normal trajectory. Fastball is actually a little bit ahead of his age range. I like this pitcher. He'd be a good, solid option here for Philly, either if they want to grow him into something or flip him as soon as he's available to be flipped.
Yep.
They've got a good piece here.
Which, just for clarification, for those who are not in our eMLB universe or curious on that, it is, as voted by general managers, it is after this season is done. That is the earliest possible time. So upon the conclusion of this season, players drafted in this could be selected. The original setup was they had to go basically up until the following draft before they'd be eligible. So these players can be moved quicker now when it makes sense. And I was on the wrong screen that whole time trying to explain that. All right, we will now go over to Texas Rangers, as the Rangers, another team part of the three-headed monster of King Ghidra in the AL West. This is a team that just improved themselves straight out by bringing in John Cowgill, one of our likely big-time generational players. 296 average with 13 homers in the cleanup spot. A 6-4 record with a 2.13 ERA from the top of the rotation. That also includes guys like 1.0 player Dan Pratt, lefty longtime veteran Davis Riccos, even getting some great talent work on the back end from Eric Carpenter this year. Bill McClure, of course, locks it down. He is worth every penny. When this guy throws almost as many innings as any starter does, he qualified last season for being considered a Cy Young. Lola Thurman, Alex Lee, Jack Trainer. Oh, my God. Wow. First responder poet now doing 5 tier 3 gifted subs. You guys are insane. I will get to you right after this pick here, FRP, for your spin. On the farm, well, Rangers kind of like the Phillies. They put it all on the field today, and they'll worry about the future when the future comes. And right now, just 3 players in the top 200. None are in the top 100 here at this moment. And none of them look like they would be a threat to impact the Major League squad here anytime soon. Where do you think the Rangers go on this one, Tim?
We're getting to the part in the draft where, like, in the first half, it's like, well, you pick anything because, God, you need everything. Now, at this point in the draft, it's teams that are already well-defined, well set up, so you can get everything because you have everything. I'd kind of be leaning towards best available, which, based on my thing, is either high-end relief or perhaps starting pitching at this point.
All right. Very cool. All right. Let's introduce. We have this one and one more team before we start to fly through a bit more here. Texas will go after Louisville, Kentucky native, 21-year-old junior right-hander Leslie O'Brien. O'Brien, another one from the 1.0 universe, won 107 games in 10 seasons there with a 4.15 ERA in his time in the 1.0 universe. Here he is, a junior from Kentucky Wesleyan College. He was a 9-game winner, 2.06 earned run average, a very good fastball that they think will develop further if he can improve on the velocity. A good curveball, changeup, good 3-pitcher arsenal so far here. One of those guys that you could look at him and say, he could have gone sooner. I think the only thing that might have held O'Brien back from being picked a little sooner is just simply that he didn't have the velocity a lot of scouts believe he'll be able to tap into. So if he had it now, I bet he would have been on the top half of this first round.
Yeah, we project him to be like at 95, 97. And yes, I had him rated 7th overall. So he should have been gone a long time ago, in my mind. But yes, he's got to get there. A great 3-pitch mix. And I agree with Jamie. I can't believe this guy fell to him either. This is a rich, definitely getting richer. Also, not as obvious, there is a tiny potential for a 2-way player here. Contact plays just below average, along with that. And the secondary skills, can steal a base, can run. Don't think you want an ace pitcher running on the bases too much. But it just kind of shows the athleticism and the quality pick that is here. And with the high intelligence and the high leadership rankings, I think Leslie's going to be an amazing player for the Rangers.
All right. Wow. I like that pick very much. Again, anytime I see these 1.0 players that had a stellar career and they're getting a doppelganger reinvention opportunity, I am hoping that it will be a good revisiting of history. So Leslie O'Brien on a good team to make it happen. We'll just see if he stays there, of course. All right.
Was Leslie a 2-way player in 1.0?
No, he was not.
Okay.
Well, actually, I digress on saying he wasn't a 2-way player, but he had a little bit of ability. So back in the 1.0 era, there was hitting for pitchers. He could hit a bit. but
Okay.
not enough to
Gotcha.
say that, because that's why you'll see that some pitchers that we wouldn't call 2.0 two-way players have some decent power potential, because there were a couple guys that hit as many home runs as Rick Russell did in his day.
Okay. So don't quit his day job, but he can swing a bat. Okay,
Correct. He can. In a worst case scenario, he's not a bad option to throw out there. All right, our final team that we will do a tour before we start to speed this up with a lot less time than I had hoped to have. So again, so frustrated that I have to even have a hard stop on today's show, because I'm just enjoying our content. And guys, you guys are insane. Thank you very much again. This guy is absolutely getting some of that love you have sent today. Oh, before we continue, I owe a spin. First responder poet, sir. When you are ready, tell me when to spin the wheel and you will get some additional bonus. And don't worry, I already have to figure out the math.
Math is hard.
That I hear. Why is my wheel not up? Sorry. Let's do what he says. Here's the wheel. Maybe. Wheel? There we go.
Wheel.
Get it pushed. Blow on it.
She said. Nice.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere.
There we go. 20 additional boosts going into your account there, FRP. Thank you again, all of you that were crazy enough to do tier 3 subs today, especially for gifts. You guys are crazy, but thank you very much. All right, let me give myself right as rain. On to St. Louis, world champions. Well, they're in second place right now, 5 games back, but they are holding down the final spot of the wild card as they try to do the back-to-back. Starts with the rotation. Louis Armendariz, Dory Allenson, 19 wins total between the two of them combined. No real weakness. They have the best National League ERA at this point, 3.3 coming into action here. Andrew Nardi's been doing well on the back end with 10 saves and a 1.58 earned run average too. So the questions are, where do they improve? And a lot of that will likely be on the offensive side. Now, first things first, the injuries don't help. Andy Mueller, out maybe for the rest of the year, possibly in the postseason he'll be available. He was a 12-game winner last year with a 3.65 ERA. Brendan Donovan had 15 homers last year and a 262 average. He was a presence throughout the whole World Series. He's out, but likely coming in as early as next week. Steve Fowler might be done for the year. He was a mid-2 ERA after giving up a run per inning with the Red Sox last season. And, of course, Cole Winn, a former starter who's relegated to the pen, was struggling this year. He's on the injury list, but he is expected back here as the second half of the year starts. Offensively, you got Odom. He was the all-star. From my vantage point, he was the all-star MVP. Pablo Sanchez living up to the secret weapon name. Jorge Gavina doing well. Shane Brodecker doing well. But again, is this, now that Royce Lewis is struggling this year, is this a team that's showing its weakness on the back end of the starting lineup? Nothing's going to help them immediately here, but that's where this world champion squad is. Right smack dab in the middle on the minor league ranking system. Couple of catchers that are in their top prospects, including some guy named Raleigh. They are catcher heavy, so if there's any way they could have helped themselves this season, it might be trading a catcher or two. One pitcher in the top 200, and he is a 20-year-old in the rookie leagues right now, so maybe no immediate help. So likely, whatever they pick on here might be a assumptive best person available for the time being. That would be my take.
Yeah.
What about you, Tim?
Agreed. While Royce Lewis is struggling, Andrew doesn't tend to be very reactive to that sort of thing, kind of keeps with the plan.
Agreed.
So I think it's going to be first available. And I'd be curious to know how deep his list, how deep his list went before we got to this, whoever's getting picked here.
All righty. With that, let's introduce who the Cardinals have selected here to finish off officially round 1 and go into the supplemental round. They will take the 18-year-old senior left-hander Chris Boyson from Bristol, Connecticut. He played his ball in Melville, New York at St. Anthony's High School. Another kid that they think can get into the mid-upper 90s with some explosive strikeout potential already. A traditional four-pitch arsenal for Boyson. Fastball, slider, curveball, and a changeup. Everything has high upside with Boyson. They think he's got a good motor for it. And he's a pretty capable left-hander who can go deep into games as long as he can keep the control in. Control is expected to be at least middle of the road. So if he can develop anything extra on that, that could be an absolute steal. On a team that has Armendariz and Allenson, I don't necessarily think Chris Boyson will be above what they have done for the Cardinals at this time. But he wouldn't be a bad third option if for any reason a Jeremy Humphrey was no longer there.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed high school pitcher, tons of upside. The development path is going to be the key thing here. Whether he can reach his velocity max, we're looking at like a 98%, 98 mile an hour guy. This is another pitcher who I thought would have been long gone by now. This is such a steal for them. I think the Cardinals ought to be very happy with what they've got here.
Indeed. I think he's a nice selection. I think there were a few other players, even a Charlie Booth, that could have been picked after Chris Boyson. I think the only thing on why Boyson gets down further is length of time before we get to see him because of his age as a high school senior.
Yeah, and the Cardinals can afford to wait on that.
That they can. All right. Hey, guess what, gang? We're done the first round. We're going to go to the supplemental first round, and we are not wasting any time. We got the Baltimore Orioles up as a friendly reminder. The Orioles took Robert Zinn with their first selection, so we will now go to see their next pick here. Well, they're going to stay in the outfield here and go with a switch hitter. Senior from the University of Arizona, Chad Johnson. Not that one, not Ocho Cinco. The 21-year-old from the McCandless Township of Pennsylvania. Absolute speed demon is the story behind Johnson with some stellar defense. He could play all outfield positions very confidently. I guess that would complement with bringing in Zinn. Maybe Johnson's your center fielder and Zinn playing somewhere else. But a good line drive hitter. He might be able to play some wall ball there since he has a bit of a power presence. I mean, he only smashed 28 home runs for the Wildcats this season. Chad Johnson is your second pick for the Orioles this round. It's their second outfielder that they have selected here. What you think on Chad Johnson?
I love this pick for them. I know Pop is trying to rebuild the 70s Orioles. This feels like Paul Blair with power. Tremendous speed, really good defensive prospect, good gap power as well. The contact and being able to make meaningful contact is going to be the difference between success or failure for Johnson. But I like him.
Okay, very good. We'll jump right in. This is the second pick of 3 total in this round, first or supplemental first round here, as the Mariners had 2 picks, one for losing both James Bond and one for losing Champ Bell to the Dodgers. So this will be their first supplemental pick to replace one of those 2. Doesn't matter which one. And we will go check them out. They picked, Seattle picked Steve Hester in the first round. Now we'll see where they go with this one. They will go after the 18-year-old left-handed pitcher Raymond Day, who played for the Augusta Prep Day School. Does that mean they own that school? In Augusta, Georgia. Day, a left-hander with a 3-pitch arsenal. Oh, dear Lord, where am I? There we go. With a 3-pitch arsenal, 9-1 with a 1.23 earned run average. Texas Longhorns have him committed if he does not sign with the Mariners. A big-time workhorse that they think, as he continues to develop and build on that 6'2", 280-pound frame, that he will continue to improve his strikeout potential and turn a fastball into a top talent fastball. Now, if only he can improve on the changeup and slider. Again, a high school senior pretty much is going to focus on the one pitch that specializes. If he can develop everything else, this could be a pretty respectable talent here. Tim, what's your take on Raymond Day?
Yeah, the excellent pitcher. This is screaming development lab to get that slider bumped up in terms of potential. Pitches all day. Great secondary pitch mechanics. I feel like the stuff is going to come sooner rather than later. Again, just a typical high school pitcher with phenomenal upside.
Reading what Denbrew says, asking for a friend, what would you like for people who are not available to do around the stream for round 2? Just have their list loaded on Stats Plus. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll work with that at this point. All right. Raymond Day has been selected here by the Mariners with their second. They'll have another pick in a moment. Now we go to the Cardinals. Cardinals went with, make sure I don't mix it up. It was Chris Boyson that they just selected. I almost said Leslie O'Brien. Wrong team. Sorry, Jamie. And let's introduce who the Cardinals pick here with their supplemental pick for losing Darius McKenzie in free agency. They will go after the shortstop middle infielder. This is Gabriel Brown. He is from West Little River, Florida. He is the second Florida State player selected behind Derek Colburn. Brown, again, 22-year-old, 6-foot-tall shortstop. A 23 home run season there for the Seminoles in his senior year. Good arm, so they think that he can play respectfully over on the left side. Just don't know if he'd be a better third baseman than a shortstop. A lot of people do think that his second base talents would be a little bit better. Not known for any form of speed, but he will have a pretty good patience at the plate. I'd probably lean on Gabriel Brown being a bit of a 3-outcome type of hitter, because while he has a good eye, he also has been known to strike out a decent amount, 85 times in 261 at-bats here.
Yep. Yeah, good eye, just doesn't, just like, okay, I'm going to swing anyway. Even the hitting profile feels like a third baseman more than a shortstop. But yeah, I think this is a tremendous talent here. I think it's his ability to handle the traffic around the bag at second is what kind of leads me to feel he's more of a middle infielder than corner.
Okay.
But I like this pick for them. This is a nice bonus late first round pick.
Very good. All right, this is our final pick of the first round that was all pre-produced. Again, a huge shout out to all of my general managers doing their part to get things in a timely manner. Everyone met the deadline. And also, again, a huge thank you to my daughter, Rocky Draws. She is paid for what she does. Rocky Draws making all of your graphics possible that you have seen here. Here is our final pick. It is the third pick for the Seattle Mariners, so I would love Tim's take on what he thinks of all three of these selections as we introduce that player now. It'll be Andrew Barlow, outfielder, junior from Canisius College in Buffalo. He is a New York native, 20 years old, left-handed batter, 23 home runs there in his last season of college. More of a line drive hitter, but is considered to be a plus home run hitter. I'd say probably give him a 20-25 home run type of talent. Again, he played right field predominantly here this season, but a lot of scouts really think other side of the diamond, or excuse me, the outfield is where he would probably be more suitable if you have him as a defensive talent. And again, when you consider that they also brought in Raymond Day and they also drafted Steve Hester earlier, Hester also questionable, maybe even more of a question mark defensively than Barlow. There's your selection. So there's your 3 picks from the Mariners with Andrew Barlow included. What's your thoughts, Tim?
I like these picks. Each has its own little potential, gamble there. But I think they will be solid players ultimately. Seattle doesn't need to find a one-of-one player to continue their success as an organization. I like Barlow specifically for the gap power and the fact that the entire batting profile projects out to being average to above average means you've got a major leaguer potentially here. Really good job with these 3 picks, despite the fact that I know I saw in the chat that you feel like you kind of just missed out on a couple of folks, but this is really good.
Okay, just real quickly, as we are now ending our pre-produced portion of the show, we're still live, but that was pre-produced, all of the picks. Again, that's our format that we do, and it stays that way despite efforts on possibly changing it. The majority still vote for maintaining this progress, the pomp and circumstance.